Hello, everybody. Everyone say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
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 I like having you guys say hi with me. It makes me feel less alone.
Oh. Jeez.
We're
um,
with you always.
yes, but I like having it in the intro. Um, yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Stars and Scales. The other one, which is now the main one going on. But not for
The
long.
only one.
Not for long. Not forever. We'll get there.
Give me a few months, guys.
Yeah, we'll give it some time. But for now, this is the premiere Dungeons and Dragons game that is going on with this
Ever.
On the
ever.
entire warp planet.
Yeah.
Check the charts. We just passed Critical Role.
Yep.
We just passed Adventure Zone. We just passed Dimension 20.
Whoa.
Has Adventure Zone been going on for this long?
It's still going. They do different campaigns.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah. No. The Adventure Zone gone.
Critical
Dimension
Role
20
has been canceled mid-campaign.
Dimension 20, they're not doing it anymore.
They're
It's
pivoting the anime to this as we make it.
Yep, it's just
Wow.
this. It's just this.
That's awesome.
But yeah, no, this is the only place where you can get this colorful cast of characters. So strap into your seats with your seatbelts and yeah. Okay. So last we left off, we were on the road and passing through a town. It came to the party's attention that Delos had a history there, and Tony made the perhaps poor decision to become invested in this history and make sure that Delos had the capability to smooth things over if the need ever arose. And it sucked. It was the worst thing for everyone involved, and it was really funny. Delos spent one night in jail. He got publicly humiliated in a court of law. Scrivener had a breakdown. It was great. And
We all had a great time.
everyone had a
really
great
Good
time.
day.
It was
For a
very
lot
productive, and nothing went wrong, and we came out the other side better than before.
And
Delos
Delos,
has
Yep.
canonical brain
yeah,
damage.
Delos
Uh,
has the normal amount of brain damage, which is none.
Yeah. We don't gotta dwell on that.
Yeah, it's what's been discovered. But nonetheless, we press on. And Gani has a new weapon as well. Good for her.
Oh yeah, I've got a magical weapon.
You've got a magic
I'm gonna-
weapon.
I'm gonna shoot Delos with it.
With her one hand.
Yeah, all right.
Why?
Yeah, roll to hit.
All right. Oh shit! It fell on the floor.
No,
It's
no.
really
Hank,
hard.
can you
It's
hand me
really
that?
slippery.
What do you mean? Can I hand you that?
No, I'm talking to Hank.
Oh, yeah. Hank, can you hand her that?
Thanks, bro. Natural 20.
Yeah, with a
You're
natural
lying.
20, Delos dies.
Fucking
cool.
lying.
You just shoot him right between the eyes and he falls down on the floor.
What the hell?
Anyway,
Let's move on.
yeah, you guys can keep going on the road. And does anyone want to do anything while you're on the road before you reach your destination? This is the time to do so.
I need to open my notes.
By the way,
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
yeah, by the way, the trip was still 4 days' time, plus the amount of time that you spent just staying in Tuala, doing nothing. So it might, like, come around to, like, 6 days, almost a week, which is more than it should have been. But that's just where we are timeline-wise.
Would have been less time if we just went through Tuala.
But,
Yeah, no, I'm keeping my mouth shut. I'm being a good satyr. Not saying shit. So, you know, no more dirt on me than there already is.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. Anything from anyone else? And again, you guys have been on the road for a while, so if it would have been during camp, if it would have been on the road, if it would have been over a meal, whatever, uh, the setting can be whatever you want within that time. Anything you guys wanted to do?
All good here.
I
Yeah,
can't
I
think
don't
of
think so.
anything.
All right. So, as the last stretches of the journey come upon you, you see in the distance a city. Not a town, a city. And um, the most notable thing about this city, and this would occur to everyone, especially Gani, and probably also Gerby, since I don't think she's been here before, is that Astglow, the city of Astglow, has an enormous palace made out of frosted crystal, and it's literally breathtaking. You guys, when would you be arriving? You guys left, like, when did you leave? Like afternoon from Tooele or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. So, yeah, in the afternoon sun, you can see the light reflecting off of this crystal palace, and it is breathtaking. And of course, there are other buildings, small townhouses, stores, things like that, but a lot of them, because it's a large city, all surrounding it. And this city is also on the eastern coast of the continent. So as you guys arrive, you would also be able to perceive the eastern coastline, which is very cool and exciting for those of you who would find this exciting or cool. Yeah. So you guys can get to the like kind of entrance of the city, where the houses, where the farmland gets a bit more, the farmland tapers out and the houses get denser, and you see some of the knights that remind you of the knights that you saw in Gem Chip, that same crystal armor. Come up to your party and talk to Tony a bit. She shows her kind of ID card, the fantasy equivalent of an ID card, showing that she is an employee of the university, and they let her pass. And yeah, you guys are officially in Astglow. The towns are the houses are, they're houses, but the almost immediately you can see that there's this kind of aesthetic culture of crystals, whereas Gem Chip obviously was very showy, had a lot of gaudy gem colored things, lots of colors, lots of gleam. Astglow is a little bit different, where instead of all these flashy colors, you mostly see crystals that are either transparent or very mildly cloudy, with, shades of white, maybe a light blue, and gray. Much more elegant than Gem Chip, and the decor seems to be a bit more tasteful. Not so in your face, more of just an earnest expression of culture. And the houses seem to be decorated with these, maybe some houses, not every single one, but some of them would have like these crystal wind chimes that clink very beautifully as the wind rustles through them. And the streets are busy. Again, this is a city, so it's got a lot of people running around, lots of things going on. There's not one consolidated marketplace like in smaller towns. Instead, we have kind of centers in lots of different places where people will set up shops, move between them. There's, of course, like residential areas where people actually live. And even like lots of inns around as well. Usually inns are the only place in a smaller town where there will be like more than 3 floors. But there are lots of these places around, and some of them aren't even inns. Some of them are just shops, boutiques, stuff like that, and where they will have multiple floors stacked upon one another. Not quite what we would know as a modern skyscraper or a modern apartment building, but almost close in some cases. And yeah, you would see the Crystal Knights walking around. Sometimes they're not everywhere. And of course, again, the streets would be busy. Yeah, and that's Astglow. Is there anything that you guys would be looking for as you come through? Because Tony is just pretty intent on taking you all to the university to get, settled in a bit, kind of show you what work might be like in the future. But if you guys want to take in the surroundings, look for anything specific, let me know.
I'm good with just going where Tony wants me to go.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise, I really like I like this place a lot. I'm imagining
Yeah.
the Crystal Kingdom in MLP.
Yeah.
It's actually the
it's
Crystal
gorgeous. I love it.
Empire.
Yeah, Crystal Kingdom is Taz again.
Yeah, this place sounds so pretty. I don't think Gerby is looking for anything specific. She's just taking in the sights.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's down to just follow along wherever everyone else is going. Because she doesn't really know the area well, but yeah, no, she's just kind of looking at everything.
Yeah. All right. Good to hear. The Crystal Empire from MLP did in fact cross my mind multiple times. But yeah, not every building here is made entirely out of crystal. That is kind of um, relegated specifically for the enormous palace, a marvel of architecture. Most of the houses are made pretty standardly with, decorative parts made out of crystal. But yeah, if everyone's just content with that description, yeah, Tony can take you all to the university, which, it's very big. It's a large campus, very nice buildings, and Tony would take you to her department, where, coming in, she would, let the person know that you're with her, and she says that she is going to try and get you guys to see if there are any vacant dorms that you guys can stay in for the time being until you guys want to find your own place or something. This is just what's available to you right now, but you don't have to stay there.
They got our old asses in dorms.
They got your old asses in dorms. Vacant dorms, probably in a building that hasn't been used for a while, but it's still fine. It's fine.
And there's only one dorm with one really big bed.
There's just one dorm with one really big bed.
Yippee!
We have to get in there like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory family.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what's going to be available to you guys for complimentary lodging, I guess, while you are working on this project. But if you guys wanted to like get your own, like, go stay at an inn, maybe even look into getting a steady apartment, something like that. That's also available to you. You don't have to live here, but this is what's available. And so as you guys walk in, this silver dragonborn is there almost waiting for you, and they are I think they're like five. Ooh, yeah. They're about like 5'9". I don't make exceptionally tall characters. Really, as somebody who's just 5'6" myself. But yeah, they're 5'9", and they are. She is, a silver dragonborn, and she's carrying herself with like this obvious sense of dignity. And she's a very handsome woman, partially because of maybe how she's dressed. She's dressed in this suit, not like a fully decked out black tie suit, but dress pants, dress shirt, sports jacket. Very well put together, and of course, again, the kind of dignity with which she's carrying herself. She's carrying herself very well. And she comes up to Tony and she says, "Hello, Antonia. I'm glad to see that your party has made it back to the university despite your delays." And Tony says, yes, Argent. I can assure you that we made it just fine. Thank you for your concern. Yes, and, I take it that these, your friends here will be staying here? Yes, I have taken them under my employment, and they will be working for me for the foreseeable future. And you can see that this Argent that you've heard of before takes pause, and she says, "I see." And she turns to you, the group, and she says, "Well, my name is Dr. Argent Temink. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to seeing what you can do for my daughter's research." And she turns back to Tony and she says, "I would love it if you were to come to my office later to discuss what you found and your steps moving forward." And Tony says, "Yes, I would like to get them settled in first and show them around. Get them familiarized with the amenities we offer. But after that, yes, I will see you in your office." "Wonderful. Have a good day." And she walks off. And Tony doesn't really say anything, just keeps walking towards, a desk where she can request for you guys to be lodged.
Woof.
I think there's like whispers between a group like that was rough. That was
Yeah.
rough.
Yeah. Calls her mom by her first name, huh?
Yeah, jeez. That made
And,
Scribner sweat out his fucking jeans calling her mom by her first name.
And she also said that she prefers to go by Tony, but her mom called her Antonia.
I didn't notice that also.
Yeah, she said that she usually goes by Antonia, like, if it's just a work setting. But that's her mom, dude.
That's your mama.
Oh. Not even, sorry, I could excuse it if it was like she likes to be called, like her mom prefers to be called like doctor or whatever. Like, oh yeah, this pretentious, but whatever. The fucking full first name, no title. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I if you guys would be fucking whispering behind her a little bit, Tony would just say mindlessly, my mother is busy tonight. She's going to be doing research for the Harvest Moon tonight, but maybe maybe I'll see her tomorrow.
Dallas awkwardly nods. I don't know what to say to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, Tony can come forward to the to this desk. See that you guys have places to stay. And she goes, "All right. So, welcome to Astglow University. I hope you find it relatively comfortable. If there's anything you want me to show you, we have a staff cafeteria that you guys are free to go to. Of course, you only get 3 meals a day, but of course, 3 complimentary meals a day, free meals. Hopefully that should be all right. If there's anything else you need, there are, you can buy more here. Or you can eat outside, and yes, if any of you would like to do independent research for any reason, we also have an extensive library that is also available to you. I could show you there as well. I am interested in any research that you guys would like to do relevant to my research, of course. I would like to consolidate our information as readily as we can. But yes, I have a bit of work to do. I would like to enter the data that you all have graciously collected for me into my database. So I can show you all to your dorms, where you'll be staying for now. And if there's anything else, please let me know.
Right, yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Tony.
Right. And she shows you where you'll be staying. Again, it's a small building that hasn't been used in a while. Maybe there are plans to repurpose it. But yeah, the rooms are fine. They're comfortable. You have a bed. You have yeah, you have a bed. You have a bathroom, a personal bathroom. You don't have to share bathrooms here.
Is there a conversation pit?
There's no conversation pit. There is no conversation pit.
These are scientists. They don't converse unless it's in a lab.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
There is just one kitchen on the floor, though. So while you have, of course, your own rooms and your own bathrooms, for meals and for cooking, there's just one kitchen, and of course you don't have to eat together or anything. But yeah.
Okay, I was gonna ask if there was a kitchen, so I'm glad that you answered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not fancy, but it's comfortable. It's not dirty or anything. There's no, like, mold or cockroaches. This is where the standards are. But yeah. And so I do have some stuff planned for later. But again, this is a pretty hands-off episode. I am just plopping you in Astglow and seeing if there's anything you want to do, anything you want to learn, anything you want to see, people you want to talk to, whatever.
All right.
Everything immediately fell out of my brain.
Did you write it down, Val?
No.
Are you? You didn't write it down.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
one of-
I literally like in my mind like physically turned to Val like, all right, now what's Gani gonna research?
Yeah, let's let Gani lead the way.
The thing is, I have stuff in my mind, but I don't have detailed, like, a list of questions I want to ask. And I feel like I should have prepared that.
Yeah, that's fair. One of us can go first if you want more time to think of specifics.
Yeah, if anyone has anything.
Yeah, I can go first.
Go ahead.
All right, baby, let's head to that library.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Are you taking anyone with you as you do this?
Gerby would ask if anyone wants to tag along.
Anyone in your party, or I want to know how involved you want my NPCs to be here.
Oh,
I would love to go.
I also
Oh,
want to
damn
go.
right. What's his face is here? Synthesis is here, right?
Yeah, Synthesis came with
Synthesis
you
here.
all, and he's also living in one of these dorms.
Awesome.
yeah. Yeah, Gerby would just ask our whole group, so Synthesis included.
All right. Would Synthesis is everyone going to the library?
I'm going.
Yeah.
Everyone is.
All right. Yeah, Synthesis would go. He wants to get a feel for the university as well. So yeah, you guys can all head to the library. Tony would point to it as you pass by. It's a pretty large building on campus. It's hard to really miss. And you guys can go there, and at the front desk there is a Kenku woman. She's a bit thin for a Kenku. She's wearing clothes that seem like they're a bit too big for her. She's got this like really thick, almost like it's like if a turtleneck was almost a cowl. She's got that on and a long skirt. And she is sitting at the front desk reading a book. And you come in, and she says, "Hello, how can I help you?"
Hey, you got a section on like stars and constellations?
Yes, our astronomy section, right this way. And she can take you right to it. By the way, at her desk, she had a little nameplate. And it just says silence.
Oh, that's good.
God damn it, Jord.
That's pretty good.
Very
I liked
good.
it.
Next, we're gonna meet some fucking like tiefling named Obedience.
You come across somebody named fucking what's the name?
Farendalia.
Farendalia. Yeah. Moon unit
Does everyone
with
know?
two
Does everyone
T's.
even know? Does everyone even know what we're referencing?
Not at all.
I googled Farendalia, and your search Farendalia did not match any documents.
There's this fucking Barbie detective game where you can pick your name and Barbie reads your name out loud. And there's like a fuck ton of names, and a lot of them feel made up. They might be from, they might be some obscure foreign names, I don't know. But, yeah, and they don't have Ashley. But they have Farendalia, they have Silence, they have Obedience, they have
Pleasance.
Moon Unit with two T's, they have
Whoa.
Pleasance.
What?
Silence.
Silence. By the way,
They have
if you
Nishimana.
What?
And the way Barbie reads these, it always gets us.
By the way, yeah, if any of you were to ask her name, she would, like, her whole thing is that every word that she says is some form of whispering because she works at the library.
That's cool.
But the one word that she says at normal volume most of the time is her name, and it would, if ever prompted to say it, she would just go silence.
Ugh. Why did
Stupid
Barbie
for the
want
game.
her?
Damn.
Barbie is so intrinsic to this campaign. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh God, you're right.
That's
It
wonderful.
keeps coming back. Just so you know, there is a Barbie movie called The Diamond Castle. I am aware of
God.
this. Moving on. But yeah, she would take you to the astronomy section, and one thing you'd notice is that this is a very large section. Obviously, it's a very large library, but there's almost an entire section of the library dedicated to this study. It's very extensive here.
Whoa.
But another thing you notice is that it's kind of mixed in with the theology section, where like you can find books just about astronomy and you can find books just about theology, but there are a non-zero amount of books that are just about both of them, and they're just like sprinkled in to this entire section. But yeah, she can take you here, and then she'd ask, is there anything else you need?
Well, I'm good. I'm gonna camp out here for a bit.
All right. Thank you for coming to the library. Have a nice day.
Wait.
Hmm?
Scrivener asks, do you have any non-academic books, like fiction?
Yes, our fiction literature is over in this direction. Would you like me to show you?
Yes.
Of course. And she can walk you over there. It's a bit of a ways away. Again, it's a very large library. Would anybody like
I'm
to?
staying in this section.
All right.
Hold on, let me roll to see if Delos would make a conclusion. Okay. How would I word this? I think he says, yeah, I have a specific kind of question I want to research. I don't know particularly what section that would be, but, I guess a difference in the passage of time between planes. I guess planar research.
Oh, a very interesting field of study. I can definitely help you with that.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So yeah, I think Synthis would accompany Delos if Delos would welcome that.
Sure.
Okay. So that's going to be Scrivener checking out the literature section. Gerbian. Yeah,
This whole
fiction.
place is the literature section.
That's true.
The fictitious literature.
Yes, the fictitious literature. Scrivener can be led over there. Gani and Kirby are going to be researching astronomy, and Delos and Synthis are going to be reading books on planar studies. Very cool.
Nice.
Yeah. As opposed to the section on astronomy, the fiction section is still pretty extensive. You can definitely find a lot of books here. It's pretty cool. The planar studies section is noticeably smaller. It's you get the feeling that it's kind of a hard thing to study. A lot of people can get into it, but not a lot of people can like really get out there and look into this magic because it's seen as like dangerous. But yeah, you can find a section of the library, a small section, but there's still more books here than you can read in a day about planar studies. And in specific regards to like, I'm guessing you're gonna be trying to research things about like potential time dilation.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you can find like, are you going to be looking for Feywild specific stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, you can find like a Feywild encyclopedia that has like a section dedicated to studies on how time works there.
Alright.
So yeah, you can find stuff. It's not as easy as like, oh, here's a book about how time works in the Feywild, but there has been research on it, and it's not too hard to find. Synthis would, I think, be looking for anything about the Shadowfell. There are a few books on it, but it's like he can hold all the books about the Shadowfell in his arms at once. So he would probably pick up a few books as well that are about like just general planar travel. So that's what he's doing. So yeah. Who wants to ask their lore questions first? Or their whatever Scribner's doing.
He's
I don't know
reading
what
a gay
Scribner's doing.
retelling of Hades and Persephone on the floor. A crisscross applesauce on the
Oh,
floor.
oh,
He's
that's
laying on his
cute.
stomach with his
With
head
his
on his
feet
hands
kicking.
Yeah,
and
he's
kicking his feet.
yeah, if you guys come and find him, there's like a stack of reject books, and then he's just kicking his feet, laying on the floor.
He's like caressing the page with his finger. You've seen
Oh my
that.
god. And you hear him do a long sigh.
He's got a pink rotary phone right next to him.
Oh my god.
Where'd he get that?
I'll let Gerby go first because it was, a her kind of deal.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I think okay. So what happens is Gerby is like visibly pretty excited. She just kind of like looks around seeing all of the information suddenly available to her all at once. I what happens is she just kind of grabs a random book that like the title seems interesting. She just grabs like a random book off the shelf and cracks it open. She cracks it open to see what's inside, and she's reading it for like 1 full minute. And I think she mutters to herself out loud, and Gani can hear this if Gani's still nearby. She just mutters to herself out loud for a minute. I don't know what any of these words mean.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So after that, she does start like trying to pick something a little more carefully, trying to find like maybe a more introductory level book. She knows her stars, but she does not know any of the academic language attached to it. So she's in a weird area where this is her area of expertise, and she still doesn't understand any of what anything is talking about.
Yeah, I think that Gerby might pick a book that says like what the redshift of celestial bodies can tell us about our world. And it's just like, oh, what?
Yeah. Can I? Okay, so
Right?
Gerby.
They know about redshift?
Oh God. Yeah. Gerby would try to look for like an introductory level book, probably just like about constellations and like their history and their meanings. Um Definitely stuff about the dragon constellation in particular. And can I do an investigation roll for this? Uh
Absolutely.
yeah. Like I don't think the trouble is trying to find a book on the subject. The trouble is finding a book on the subject that Gerby can understand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Totally.
17.
Okay. With a 17, what would be how would this book explain this to her? Um
Oh wait, plus my intelligence, 18.
an 18. Yeah, okay. Gerby can find a book Gerby can find a pretty good book, just detailing the very important constellations. And as Gerby reads, she would find out that a constellation can be important, of course, by having a big impact on culture. And she would learn that, and the book would talk about it in this way, and Gerby can feel alienated. Like, it is well known that constellations are associated with specific gods in the celestial plane. It's, widely thought of that this, like, the night sky is the sky, and especially the night sky, is the connection that the material plane has with the celestial plane, that allows the two planes to have such influence over one another, to be so closely related. And yeah, so specifically at night, these constellations become apparent to the people in the material plane, and it's a good way for people in the material plane to be able to get a feel for what's going on in the celestial plane. So yeah, there are one thing. Yeah. Okay. So the book would talk about three constellations in particular. And these are constellations that Gerby definitely knows about, because these are the constellations that she can use her starry form for. She would, and let me pull this up. Let me pull this up. She would hear about. Wow, where is it? Okay. Yeah, she'd be able to hear about the constellation of the Archer, commonly seen as a representation of a centaur-like creature aiming a bow and arrow, representative of Valora, goddess of quests and adventure and travel. She would be able to read about the Chalice constellation, seen as a chalice or a cup in the night sky, heavily associated with Hiruko, a god of luck, of chance, and of prosperity. fortune. And the final one, and it's kind of an outlier, just vanilla Bahamut. The dragon god, the dragon god of good and justice. Gerby would be able to read that. It's pretty widely theorized and accepted among academics that while Bahamut is not worshipped in the traditional sense among humanoid society, the large population and fervor of dragons on the material plane seem to justify the dragon constellation's presence in the night sky. And also, there would be a lot about the constellations moving and changing, specifically based off of how these gods are being worshipped on the material plane. The more a god is worshipped, the more stars will come together in the night sky to form this constellation, and the clearer the constellation will get. So smaller gods will have smaller, more unclear constellations, and more popular gods will have larger, more iconic constellations. And I know Gerby would look for this, the way that these stars move and change is usually very slow. It can be studied using magical, means. Academics can perceive how these stars are moving and changing, but with the naked eye, with the casual glance, these constellations don't usually change so much. And that's what Gerby can get. I hope if you need anything clarified or repeated, just let me know. I know that was kind of a lot.
Yay, yeah, a lot of information. Thank you for that. Wow, okay. Yeah, that is all very interesting, especially that last bit. Okay, if I can make another request for research to find, I think especially after reading that last bit of information, Gerby would remember something that she specifically wanted to see, which is like recent star charts. She's looking to see if anyone else has noticed what she has noticed, which is that the dragon constellation is like out of not out of place ish, like it that it's moving differently.
Yeah. Gerby, the book that you would get all this information from is not super recent. It's like over a year old by now, and so yeah, you're trying to look for more recent books on this.
Yeah, she's trying to look for something like something like at least from this year, hopefully in like the past couple like months or something.
Yeah.
Which is going to be more difficult.
Yes, this would be hard.
In most academic libraries, there's like a journalism section. If maybe Gerby will find something in there.
Yeah.
Would Gerby just be raw dogging this, or would she like try to get a hold of the librarian and see what she can do?
I think she would be like looking for a little bit and then realizing that she isn't even sure how libraries like arrange their books. She's never heard of the Dewey Decimal System before. Um, she would ask the librarian. Yeah, she'd ask the librarian if there's anything like on star charts or on constellations and stuff like that that had been published like within the past couple months or something, or the most recent.
Yeah, totally. She would be able to show you to the section where like there's these like magazines, journals, whatever.
Oh, good. These
Um,
are smaller.
yeah, they're smaller, and new editions come out pretty frequently. Um, so yeah, can you roll me another? Hmm. Yeah. No, no. Yeah, this wouldn't be that hard. You don't have to roll an investigation for this. She would just kind of hand you the most recent edition of the university's journal. And there would be. She would be able to. Ooh, okay, actually, wait. No, do roll me an investigation because there's a lot of scientific jargon in here.
Yeah. Okay, I put my D20 at the bottom of my bag for some reason. Let's see. That is what's my investigation? That's a solid 5. Solid 5.
Yeah, with a solid 5, you can see the words dragon and Bahamut a lot. You can see the word stars a lot. Uh yeah, no, you don't fucking get anything. You know they're talking about it. You don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, they keep talking about something called like a red shift or whatever. No idea what that is. Oh god. Um
Usually I'm so quick to try and give a help action, but I am across the library.
Mm-hmm.
Nani
Gerby,
Donnie.
yeah,
yeah.
this is a library. So Gerby can come back to this book whenever. She can even take it. Whatever. It's just right now Gerby does not have the faculties to figure out what is being said about this at all. But
Yeah.
she knows that it is being perceived. There's pages upon pages, articles on articles, from multiple different authors talking about this. She doesn't really get what they're arguing about.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. Well, I suppose that is the end of Gerby's investigation. Yeah, no, she's just gonna have to come back to this some other time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, there like as she tries to read, there's like, oh, the dishwasher's done. As she tries to read, they're just like people with long names just keep mentioning other people with even longer names, and they're sometimes pulling up numbers, and it's scary. She
Get some shorter names like Gerby.
Yeah. No, she keeps seeing like citations
Mm-hmm.
of other authors and then like footnotes at the bottom of all of these papers. And she's just very confused by this, and I think it like I think it gets to her a little bit where like she sees so many citations that she's wondering if she maybe needs to go look at those first to understand what's going on.
Oh God.
But yeah, all right. Yeah, she's gonna be there for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
How's everyone else doing?
Oh dear.
Yeah. So Dallas Dragani, who wants to go next?
Gani, do you have anything to research?
Yeah.
You can go ahead since you're hanging out with Gerby.
All right. I'm gonna take advantage of the little uh, combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell theology constellation section over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I did not know
sorry.
where that was going.
I fully thought that Val was using that as like a segue to ask for a break. That she was like, I want Pizza Hut Taco Bell, so can we take a break?
Yeah, what a journey you took us on with that sentence.
I
Yeah,
said that
wow.
and I was like, obviously I'm talking about the combination theology constellation section, and I was like, well, maybe it's not so obvious, so I'll clarify. Yeah, I'm going to try to research on specifically the dragon constellation, dragon gods, just anything dragon related in this whole section here.
Yeah. A lot of
And I'm
it.
gonna pile up all my books. I'm gonna pile up all my books taller than I am, and then slam them on a desk and get to reading.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a lot of what you find will be about Bahamut, almost exclusively. Um, if okay, yeah, if Gani's looking for stuff about dragons in the astronomy slash theology sections, she is going to find pretty much just Bahamut. She will find a few, like 2 books, talking about the worship of dragons, completely unrelated to the stars or astronomy in the theology section. She'll find some of that. Um, if she wants to find things about dragons that aren't related to, like, again, theology or astronomy, she'd have to go to a different section. But with what you can find, yeah, you would learn about Bahamut. You would pretty much, yeah, you would learn about Bahamut, that he exists, that he's a dragon god of good and justice, and that he resides in the celestial plane. Actually, roll me an investigation. Why am I telling you this? Roll me an investigation.
You can keep going.
No. Roll.
Wait. No. 14.
Okay. Yeah, with a 14, you can learn that Bahamut exists, that he has a constellation, that he's talked about favorably, and he's associated with other celestial gods, even though they're not dragons. What she can find about dragon gods that aren't Bahamut are about the worship of dragons, of like just dragons on the material plane, talked about less favorably. And it's mostly about like kobolds, there's some talk of like older dragon, like of older dragonborn societies that would do this, but have since fallen off. Fallen off. um, but yeah, it's the difference between like reading about Bahamut. It's like reading about a religion that is still practiced by like large groups of people, and reading about dragon gods that aren't Bahamut is like reading about like
Scientology.
not Scientology, but like older traditions. What like in real life I would equate to like kind of an indigenous, you know, an indigenous form of worship that is not widely practiced. And therefore like there's few research on it, and what research there is and Gani would get this vibe because she's been in it, not very encompassing of you know, the lived experience of the people that they're talking about.
Mm. I do kind of have a lot I want to research in the library, so if at any point during this you want to switch over to Delos, feel free. I do want to look into more of what relation Bahamut has with other celestial gods that was mentioned.
Yeah, okay. I think the way that you could best get this information is if you just look for books about gods, not specifically about Bahamut. Would this occur to Gani?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's any, like, you know, she knows about citations. If there's any citation to a specific book on the relationship between Bahamut and other gods, then she'd check that out.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So Bahamut, the names that kind of surround Bahamut sometimes are I gotta pull up all my god pages.
Oh, exciting.
How exciting. She can pick up some of these names and like the things that they're called and try to find books about that. So Gani, yeah, roll me another investigation, please.
Oh, okay. What is that? 23.
Nice.
I'm learning so much about gods.
With a 23, Gani can find a book detailing the history of the creator gods. And this is where I'm going to talk about the way that I've kind of formatted the cosmology of this setting. The gods that I have homebrewed / grandfathered in from like Cog, because I love Cog, are aspect gods. They are seen as newer. With a 23, you would be able to know that aspect gods are aspect gods had mortal histories, and then there are creator gods, which are native to you know, vanilla D&D, though I've put my own spin on them, that are do not have mortal histories. They originate from the celestial plane, and they are seen as creators of the people on the material plane. And among their ranks are like the elf god of magic, Coralon, the gnome god of wealth and trickery, Garl Glittergold. There's Moradin, the dwarf god, and Yandala, the halfling god. And these are all gods that originated from the celestial plane and created these people that they are the patrons of. And among their ranks is Bahamut, though Bahamut is not talked about to the same length that any of these other gods are. Coralon is talked about the most, Bahamut is talked about the least. But with a 23, the largest section that she can find about Bahamut is talking about how these gods are really old. Again, they don't have mortal histories. They predate the material plane, definitely the people who live on the material plane. So, with a 23, she can find that Bahamut and Tiamat, another dragon god, lived on the material plane before the celestial gods did and populated it before the celestial gods did, and that there was a war where Bahamut lost. Well, the side of the dragons lost, and Bahamut gracefully surrendered and was placed among the ranks of the celestial gods, after which the world was repopulated with the people of the creator gods as we know them. And that's what Ghani would find in that section, where Bahamut is talked about the most.
Interesting.
And again, I know this is a lot, so if anyone needs anything repeated or rephrased or clarified, please let me know.
Can I get clarification on spellings?
Yeah, I'll just...
Coralon.
Yeah. I will say a lot of these names are, like, long. Like, some of these gods have, like, 2-word names, some of them don't. The elf god, I hate his last name. I don't want to even try to say it, so I'm just gonna call him Coralon.
Props to you for using, like, the actual D&D gods, because, oh my, those names, huh?
Larethian.
I'm not fucking calling him Coralon Lorathian every fucking time. His name's Coralon. I hate him.
That's fine.
Although Garl Glittergold is the exception because that's easy to remember. Good for him.
It's a good
I
name.
love Garl Glittergold. He has a good name. My favorite D&D god. Garl Glittergold for the win.
Garl Glittergold for the win.
Sorry if you can hear Hank rustling over there. He's freaking.
And
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, and again, with a 23, Ghani would learn that the creator gods, other than Bahamut, who is kind of an outlier, he's kind of an outlier among the creator gods, and he's an outlier among the aspect gods. Bahamut is the only quote-unquote creator god who has a constellation. None of the other ones do.
Bahamut is the only one with the constellation? Only creator god with a constellation?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Did it go into any more specifics on Tiamat? Like what happened to What happened to them
In this book,
after the war?
No. All
All right, let's go find a Tiamat book.
right.
Do I need to roll again?
Yes.
Okay. What is that? That's another 14. I should probably turn on the light. Hold on.
I hope my lore that I came up with slash borrowed is cool and interesting and not convoluted.
It is. It is. I love it.
I'm so locked in.
No, yeah. Listen, D&D lore is already the most complex, convoluted thing I've ever heard of, and you're doing it in a way that is actually easily digestible.
Oh, I'm so fucking glad to hear that this is some form of easily digestible.
Mm-hmm. It's good.
Thank you.
Oh, also before we move on to Tiamat, did that book mention any examples of aspect gods?
No. The book that Gani found was specifically a book talking about the creator gods. Gani would have, with the 23, Gani learned that there is a difference between creator and aspect gods, and that most of the creator gods don't have constellations, and all the aspect gods do. But she didn't get any more information on them because this book's not about them.
Got it.
But yeah, with a 14, with a 14, Gani can find a book on Tiamat. This is, she already got a book about, like, dragon worship on the material plane, but it was more about, like, the people that worship everyday dragons as gods, and less about, like, the dragon gods that actually used to be gods, or, like, as godlike as you could get without getting into the celestial plane. So Gani can find a book on Tiamat. This is a book specifically talking about the war, but it's not very substantial. It's not a super academic book. There's not a lot of there's a lot of okay. It is an academic book. Let me take that back real quick. But it's that kind of academic where it's like we have a lot of stories and we've compiled them into this book, and we can like talk about like where these stories came from, what the differences are, what they even mean. But not a lot of like, we know this because like we went out and saw it. We know this because like we can make contact with these gods in any sort of way. It's just like really, really old stories. Some of which is even like attributed to like information given by the divine to like their chosen clerics or something. These are the vibes. So yeah, she get a lot of repeating information. There was a war for the material plane, where Tiamat fought relentlessly to keep ownership of the material plane along with Bahamut until Bahamut sought to find reason with these new gods, and Tiamat, refusing to do so, was banished to the infernal plane, to the infernal planes, to the lower planes, to hell, basically. So yes, you can find that. While Bahamut is the dragon god of justice, of good, justice, and nobility, Tiamat is the dragon goddess of evil, greed, and vengeance.
Interesting. That seems might be a little biased.
But yeah, Gani would learn about this war, and she would hear about how Bahamut and Tiamat and the rest of the dragons that lived on the material plane fought against the celestial gods until, yeah.
Interesting.
And before I do want to clarify this. These stories are so fucking old. I know I've said that already, but they're so fucking old. I'm just gonna put my foot down right now. There is no chance that there is a dragon alive today that remembers any of this. Dragons are fucking ancient. They can be so fucking old. This is so much older than that. There's no chance. For a dragon to remember this, they would have to be almost as old as the material plane itself, which is not feasible at all.
Right. Okay. It's been mentioned that Bahamut is the platinum dragon.
Yeah.
Is there any mention of Tiamat's like iconography or anything?
Yeah, so Bahamut is again seen relatively favorably. He's kind of an outlier among a lot of the gods, but he's generally, again, seen as a dragon god of good, justice, and nobility. So he's the platinum dragon. He's a defender of justice and order and peace. Tiamat is the goddess of the chromatic dragons. There's a very clear distinction that Bahamut is associated with the metallic dragons, and that Tiamat is associated with the chromatic dragons. And because of this, metallic dragons have a tendency to look for peace with lots of humanoid races, and chromatic dragons are much more likely to hole up by themselves, even being actively hostile to a lot of humanoid races and settlements. So Tiamat, while Bahamut is a platinum dragon, Tiamat has how many heads?
Like 5 or something?
Yeah, Tiamat has 5 heads, each of which is a different color of chromatic dragon, all connected by long sinewy necks to a enormous muscular body. She is associated with these colors of dragon. That seems to be all you can find.
Interesting.
And while being associated with all these colors of dragon, she's also associated with like the damage types that they can do. So there would be stuff about her using her like terrible dragon breath in 5 different colors, dealing 5 different types of damage: cold, fire, poison, acid, all the like.
What's the last one?
The last one is lightning.
Lightning.
Yeah. Which is different than thunder.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I still have more. Do you want to like take a break and go to Dallas?
I mean,
Sure.
yeah, I'm fine with that. All right. Dallas, what are you looking for?
All right, we're gonna look for something that mentions time passage differences, maybe in different planes. Specifically, I'm looking at the Feywilds, but you know, if anything comes up, that'd be nice.
Yeah, like I said, Miss Silence would direct you to this pretty good encyclopedia on the Feywild as per your request. And in there would be a section talking about time dilation. From what you can see, there's lots of stories of people going to the Feywild, and like there's stories of people going to the Feywild and being gone for years and then coming back and having not aged a day. And there's also stories of people going to the Feywild for just a few moments and then coming back super old and decrepit and like basically falling dead on the floor as soon as they come back. And there's stories of people who go to the Feywild and come back without memory of it. There's stories of there's just all this stuff, and what you can find is that this book is basically just saying that there are a lot of stories about what the Feywild can do to people. There's no conclusive evidence that the Feywild itself has any sort of time dilation properties. It is more likely that all of these instances are things that occurred in the Feywild to these people and affected their perception of time or experience of time. As there are also, stories of people who went to the Feywild and came back with a completely, like, with their sense of time more or less unaffected, and their memories more or less unaffected. Of course, there's not a lot of these. Most of these are pretty old stories that have survived into antiquity. Not a lot of people can actually go to the Feywild and come back to check this. But basically, there is evidence that time magic and memory magic exist in large concentrations in the Feywild and can affect people who go there, but the Feywild itself does not inflict these things onto everyone who goes, is basically it.
Okay.
Yeah, do you, if you, again, clarification, restatement, anything?
Let me think. Um, yeah, I think we can go back to Gani.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Ghani's
Choose more lore.
being so productive.
Yeah, I'm imagining everyone kind of gets what they want. And then Gani's just staying there for like another several hours after everyone's left.
Yeah, no, Silence would come by and like offer her some tea or something.
Oh my god. How sweet. Well, Gani wouldn't deny it. Yeah, anyway. I want to look I'm kind of like in a history section now. Um I wanna, look up if there's any interesting information on any of the towns um I've been to. Um there's probably not much on fucking Bushfrith, but uh Astglow, Gem Chip. I wanna read about Fukushiri as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um
Yeah, for everyone else, I came up with the name of the town that Gani asked about that I didn't have a name for yet, but I said that Tony would say it. So yeah, the town, the town slash island, on the far north of the continent is called Fukushiri. So yeah, you want to read about Astglow, Gemchip, and Fukushiri?
yeah.
All right. You can find a. No, you can't. Roll me an investigation.
I'm just like, oh, is he gonna let me just get by?
Roll me an investigation.
Can I have advantage?
No,
I'm so smart.
no. What'd you get?
I rolled a nat 1, but it goes to a 5.
You rolled a one.
She doesn't have advantage because she's like been to these, or well, has she been to these places before?
Yeah, she's
I've been
been.
to most of them.
She's reading about Astglow and Gemchip, both places that she went to. Also Fukushiri, which she hasn't been to but heard about. Nat one. Nat one.
It adds up to 5.
That tea is so good, you forget what you're doing.
Oh my god, she fucking poisoned me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. With a nat one. What the hell? What the hell?
Johnny and Gerby with the solid 5s. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
I'm like staring at the floor. What does that even mean? This isn't hard information to get. What does rolling a nat one on this mean?
Maybe she finds like a fiction book.
Someone
Oh my-
misplaced a book.
Oh my
And
god.
there's some historical fiction.
Okay. I think Gani goes to try and find these books. She can only find kind of non-extensive books about this subject because the largest, most extensive encyclopedia on the history of Astglow is currently being borrowed.
Oh my god.
The book you can find on Gemchip just gives you information that I think you probably know already. The town used to be a very big mining town, kind of an economic center of the continent at some point. And then once the mines ran dry, it's not really anymore and mostly relies on tourism. And this is pretty much all you can get on Gemchip, again, stuff you pretty much already know. What you can get on Fukushiri is like... what can you get? You get this, like... what the fuck? You get a book that tells you that it is an island, that it is a great vacation destination, It tells you that there's lots of hotels and stuff. There's a great cultural scene, lots of history to it, and it just doesn't go into detail. You don't really absorb much. It's not the best. It's not great.
Wow.
Fucking Nat 1. What the hell?
Okay. I also want to read on um I doubt, she'll look for it in books. I doubt she'll find anything, but I'm also curious to look into like any newspaper, if they have newspaper records or something. Um Looking for information on Mr. Gilded.
Yeah. Newspaper records on Mr. Gilded. Mr. Gilded doesn't get into the news and Astglow a lot. You would find like mentions of the tourism company, like you would get mentions of the tourism company in passing, but you get the vibe that while he's a big deal in Gemship, Astglow is a bigger city than Gemship, and he's not really a talking point in the papers. I should have made you roll an investigation again. I keep forgetting to do this. I just want to info
I'll
dump
take
so
it.
bad. I just want to info dump so bad. I consider this an apology for Igani rolling a nat 1 and I can't tell her anything.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, Gani requests like a hold on the book that has all the information on Astglow that's been checked out.
Alright, Gani can get that.
Awesome.
Does Gani have more to research?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness, I have more to research too.
you go.
Okay. Since that was kind of inconclusive, Dallas is gonna try and maybe look up stuff on like time altering magic.
Okay. What, you're just trying to like find people talking about it?
Like
What are you trying
oh
to find
gosh.
here? Because you can find
If time moves differently in different places.
Okay. Alright. Just like intrinsic to location? Like
Anything really.
any.
If time moves different in different places and different instances.
Okay. Roll me an investigation.
Sure, I'm good at that. Wait, not 20 though.
What the fuck?
Oh, he is good at that.
Not 20.
Not fair.
Delos is locked in right now. He's locked the fuck in. He's so bad at researching stuff, but he's locked the fuck in right now.
Gani rolling a nat 1 and Delos rolling a nat 20 is so wrong. That's so wrong. Alright.
Not fair.
Delos can get a book explaining how chronergy works. Chronergy is the magic of time. Yeah, he can get a book explaining how this works, and it's like a book explaining this, like, specifically with the intent to people who have a hard time grasping the concept. So this is information that Dallas can digest pretty easily. Let me just fucking pull up the page for the chronology wizard on Wikidot, because what the hell? Okay. Yeah, you see that you can learn that using the flow of magic throughout the plane, it's possible to change the way that time is experienced on small or wide scales. The wider the scale, the closer it is to time itself actually just changing, instead of, because like time is an experience. So if somebody is changing the way that time is experienced on a large enough scale, time itself will just be different. So yeah, using magic, somebody can increase or decrease like the pressure of time, the speed of time, how it's experienced by a person. And there's like lots of pictures. There's they give you like a fucking rudimentary explanation of Einstein's theory of relativity. um, and just like how time is experienced differently, like, and the way that they explain it is that like time magic increases how time is distorted, like on an everyday scale. And this is just me info dumping about how time works now. Because like on an everyday scale, somebody standing still and somebody running down the street actually experience time differently on a physical level. But it's usually very minute. And through magic, this can be made way more dramatic. And it explains the mechanics of how this works in a way that Dells can understand. I don't know if that's what he's looking for.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. This is something.
Mm-hmm.
All right, one last question. Let me think of how to phrase this as well. What the hell is that gif? Okay. Next, he wants to research like psychic magic, but specifically like if there's ways to like undo effects of psychic magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the specific school of magic that Dells would be looking into here is enchantments.
Okay, cool.
Roll me in investigation.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna have you guys roll an investigation every time you're looking for a new book or a new topic.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh,
What do you
that's not good.
what
That
do
was a 3.
A
A 3? A 3.
A 3 on the die?
A 5 minus 2.
5 minus 2. Okay.
Yep.
With a 3, Jealous can find a book on enchantment magic.
Well,
Well,
I said wow.
yeah, he can find it. This book is not written with the same intent that the book on chronology was, specifically explaining it to people who don't get the concept. So, despite enchantment magic being a more commonly understood form of magic than chronergy, the way that this book is talking about it makes it seem more complicated. Like, you can find it's kind of like how you can find a book explaining really complicated topics in a way that a child can understand, and then you can find a book explaining something really, really simple to most people in a way that is like, but if you think about it like this, then it becomes way more complicated, and that's only fun to people who care.
Jesus.
So Delos finds that second type of book where it's like everyone thinks of enchantment magic as just changing the way that people perceive their environment. But if you take that, then like isn't the environment itself becoming changed? Or maybe this could be overlapping with illusion magic in that sense. And it's just like no.
The last book he found was like Chronomancy for Dummies,
Mhm.
and this book was like someone's dissertation.
Yes.
Oh, God. Is Synthus nearby?
Synthus?
Because he was tagging along with me.
Yeah, if you get your nose out of that book and look around, Synthus has picked out a few books, and he was reading them, but now they're lying like on a table, and he's just like walking around looking out of windows and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to him, tap his shoulder. Synthus, weird question, and answer honestly. It's alright, I'm not one to judge. Are you smart?
Am I smart?
Yes. Or do you consider yourself, like, intelligent? Like, well-read?
I don't consider myself well-read. I consider myself competent.
Competent? Do you consider yourself someone who can help me figure out, this? And he shows him the book.
It Synthis would ask to like hold the book and try reading it for a bit, and after like a minute, he hands it back and goes, "No, not magic is not really my area."
Alright, yeah, sure. I mean, I couldn't understand it either, so, that's cool. Dallas takes the book back, um, and hold on.
Maybe.
Yeah, that'll do. That's better than mine. He's gonna find Scrivener, probably sitting on the floor somewhere.
Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah, no, Scrivener's sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor with a book.
Also, Jordan, I know you were gonna make Synthis say something. My headcanon is that he started talking as Delos started walking away.
Yeah,
It's just like,
no.
oh.
That definitely happened. Synthis goes back to staring wistfully out a window.
Delos has the thought. I probably should have asked him why he's staring out the window, but I got tunnel vision right now. Finds Scrivener, who is sitting on the floor. Walks up to him. Scrivener. I'm not about to ask you the same question I just asked Synthis, but does this mean anything to you? Like, can you understand what's happening in here? And shows him the book.
Scrivener did read a book on different magic types.
He did.
Can I give it a go at trying to understand this?
Yeah, so the book you were trying to find how enchantment magic is broken. That's what you're trying to find. Okay.
Yep. How do I break the curse?
Okay.
Basically.
Scrivener, roll an investigation with advantage. Go ahead.
All right. That is a 13.
Okay. With a 13, Scrivener, you're able to grasp. You're at least able to like see when the author is going on a weird tangent, and like try to get the information that you need. Scrivener would be able to find that a trend amongst enchantment magic is that it ends when the caster or anyone associated with the caster hurts the person that is enchanted, but this isn't always the case. A lot of enchantment magic, again, has to do with tweaking how the person experiences certain things. So, like, if you're in if like just generally if you're in a bad mood, you will experience the things around you more negatively than if you're in a good mood. Enchantment magic usually just tips the scales into good mood or tips the scales into bad mood, depending on what the mechanics of the spell are. And of course, with a lot of spells, doing something so direct as to like bonk somebody over the head will put them in a bad enough mood to counteract the scale tipping that you did earlier. But again, this is not always the case. There are some enchantments that are done specifically. A lot of magic done by fairies, by fae from the Feywild, that functions differently, and functions more potently. And that's what Scrivener can get with a 13.
Okay. 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 Yeah, I can kind of restate that how I think he would say that.
Yeah, how do you dumb that down for Delos?
Yeah, Scrivener absorbs it, looks at Delos's poor face, and then says, so a lot of enchantments are kind of like suggestions for the brain, I would say. Like they impact how you perceive things or how things feel. The way that they can be broken is by something kind of breaking that illusion. And I would say, for example, if I charmed you, which I do not have the spell, but say I charmed you, and then I like pinched you or whacked you over the head, which I wouldn't do, by the way, as I am vowed to protect you. But say I did, that would break the charm of me appearing as a charming, nice person, that magic that I put on you. So, you are Fae, so I also read the Fae section, and it says that it operates a bit differently with Fae enchantments. It uses the word potent, which just is, it's stronger, more present. So maybe Fae enchantments are just stronger?
Alright. Excellent. Thank you. That was very helpful. I will think on this now.
Okay, well, if you need any help thinking, then let me know. I'm always ready to be of service.
Got it. I'll remember that. And he goes off. Okay, that's all my questions.
All right.
Yeah, I know. I should check on Synthis. I go back to Synthis.
All right. What do you do?
He's still looking out the window.
Yeah, he's like he's like sat down in front of a shelf and he's just like moving them around.
Okay.
He's just like pushing all the books to one side and then pushing them to the other side and like tilting them and stuff. He's just being a freak.
All right, I'm gonna go up to him, and sit across from him. How's the research?
Um I've been I was looking into if anybody has found a way on this plane to travel to the Shadowfell. It was not very fruitful. Now I'm looking around at
Ah,
things.
well, maybe if you remember how you got here, you could probably just go back the same way.
Synthis looks at you. Yeah, that would probably be easier if I had my memories. A
Yeah,
lot
well,
of
I mean,
things probably would be.
that's why, they're gonna try and do that for you, experiments and get that back for you. Ah,
Yes.
that's also probably good why you're doing that and not me. I know how to get back. Um, but for you, I mean that specific information is probably more important if you have that. Um, what are the books that Synthis has like out?
Yeah, Synthis has they're not in front of him anymore. They're back at the table that he was at. He's got a couple books on the Shadowfell itself, and then a few more books about planar travel.
Okay. When I was reading my stuff, did I happen to see anything about the Shadowfell?
No,
No? Okay.
no.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I kind of look over those. Um, so you haven't really found much there then, seems like.
No. Um, there are ways for people in the Shadowfell to come to the material plane, but going from the material plane to the Shadowfell is difficult to do. There's a Kenku who works at this library, but there are no humans who work under the Raven Queen in the Shadowfell. It's easy to leave, but not to go there. Unless you die. Works too.
Oh. Well, maybe you could somehow contact your Raven Queen without dying. And I mean, if you're devout to her and it's a sort of special scenario, maybe that could work.
There are no special scenarios to the Raven Queen. The Raven Queen has seen everything once before. It is hard to even contact her while in the Shadowfell. Contacting her outside of the Shadowfell is frankly unheard of.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll find something eventually. Uh, and I'm most likely if you get your memories back, then that will help greatly. I figured out this book. I just needed to glance over it again. Um, And there's ways to, sort of break brain magic. It's called enchantment. You can sort of, it's like a switch you gotta flip off. The way to do it though, I mean, it's hard to manually do it, but there's ways to. So that's a good thing.
Hmm. Yes, I hope that the treatment that Tony um, helps me with is able to do something for my memory. Uh, she assured me that the treatment would go underway as soon as she's able to get the paperwork in order.
Right. Well, that's great. You gotta tell me when that's happening, because I want to be there to see how it works
Sure.
and to make sure that you're all right.
I appreciate that. If you decide to begin the treatment as well, I could be there while you take it as well.
Well, that's very kind of you.
It's very reciprocative of me.
Interesting way to put it, though I'm going to assume that is basically what I said.
I suppose. And I assume you were looking into enchantment magic for sake of your memory as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the purpose of the entire mission that we're on.
Yes, that's true. You described it as flipping a switch.
Yeah, it's like it's like a suggestion, right? Is the way enchantment works. Is it the magic, it makes things a certain way, but you kind of there's typically something that like triggers you to break out of it, and it gets rid of it. Basically, it's like a charm person spell, right?
I think this is gonna roll an Arcana check to see if that made any sense. God fucking, he rolled a 19, so yeah, that made sense. Somehow.
Awesome. Unless there's something about Delos, it just what he says just makes sense.
Oh my god.
There's just something about how he talks. It just makes you want to believe him.
Okay.
Like the pieces fit together for you.
Alright, okay, alright. Yeah, Synthis nods understandingly somehow. And he says, I see. Hopefully then Tony has found a way to um break the suggestion that I am under.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, since she's so smart, she probably already knew all that. So definitely has been working on that already.
Most probably.
Most probably. Yes.
I think that I'm going to walk around a bit. I,
Sure.
you're free to join me if you like, but I know that you're research is important to you and to I as well.
Yes, well, I mean, I've pretty much I've done my research. I can revisit again if I think of any further questions. So I'll just walk around with you.
All right.
All
Okay.
right, perfect.
Cool. Synthis is not doing any fucking thing. He's such a weird guy. He is just like walking in any direction, looking at anything. It doesn't have to be interesting at all. He will literally stare at like a crack in the pavement.
Okay. Yeah, I'm there also.
Yeah. That's
I want to show him the inside of a fridge.
Oh my god. Lift him by the armpits.
I could. He's fucking like 5'5".
Synthis would
Yeah.
enjoy like putting his hand in a fridge and like feeling around for which part of it is coldest.
Oh dear. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna follow him around. Indelis is such a yapper, he probably just mindlessly talks about whatever.
That's fun.
Nothing important.
Yeah, that's fun. I like that.
Yeah.
Synthis enjoys the company.
Good.
All right. Does Gani have anything else, or if even Gerby wanted to jump back in, or Scrivener wants to update us for anything?
I do have more stuff, but I have to use the bathroom really quick.
Okay. Do we want to take a break?
I think what I want to look at is a nothing, but I just want to see if there's anything there. If Val wanted to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll go right now. Bye.
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 Yeah, my nothing, because I don't think there would be anything on this. Being snapped out of his not even a slow burn. They get together like page 20. Being snapped out of it, it's fine. He's gonna just look and see if there's like any Sanctifex books. Like he thinks he kind of knows everything, but I think talking to Bosco, I can't remember what exactly he said, but he said like that. He said something a little like so a nuance of Sanctifex he hasn't thought of. So he wanted to, I don't know, just look to see if there was anything.
Okay. Yeah. Roll an investigation.
Okay. I used a good one on Delos. Let's see if Scrivener gets anything. Let's see. That's a nat one.
Oh. You find a book, it says Sanctifex loves you.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, Scrivener cannot find any books on Sanctifex at all. If Scrivener asked for help from the librarian, the most that she could do is like give him a book of minor gods and minor religions wherein Sanctifex is listed.
And nobody liked this guy.
He just looks at the word. He just looks at the like little line, maybe even like in commas, like it listed, and he's just in one of them. He's just gonna look at that and be like, "There he is."
Yeah, he's listed as a god of purity. That's it. That's all you get.
They don't even got the perfection part.
Nope.
They just got purity.
They just got purity.
Good news for
Goddamn.
Val. She didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I 100% believed even if we found like a nat 20. I didn't even know if he would find anything new, but yep. One little text box.
Christ.
That's awesome.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Wow. But yeah, is that everything Scrivener does?
Yep. He's just gonna go back to his little reading hole.
Oh my god, Scrivener just read about, Scrivener just read a fucking gay love story and then was like, my religion. And he stared at the word Sanctifex in a book and then went back to the gay romance.
Oh. He's like, it's not real. This is fine. This isn't sinful. I found a loophole. It's not real. Anyway, back to Gani.
Yeah, I guess so. Val, is Gani with us?
Yeah, what's up?
Hi. Scrivener tried to find anything on Sanctifex, and all he could find was where Sanctifex was listed as a god of purity in a book of minor gods and religions, and that's it.
Great.
Because he rolled a nat 1. Christ.
Good job, Scrivener.
Good job, Scrivener.
Yeah, I have more I want to look into. I want to look at a combo of history and any newspaper articles and see if I can find any mentions of the university and Argent specifically.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Oh, sweet. I actually, can I help with this? Because I was gonna have Gerby do the same thing.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Yeah. After she just cannot understand any of the stuff that she's reading, she goes over to help Gani with her research.
All right. Am I rolling with advantage then?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, 17.
Okay. With a 17, you can find quite a bit on Argent, especially in the Astglow newspaper. Argent is first and foremost the president of the university. So very, very up there in terms of authority. Argent's specific the specific things that Argent studies is in fact astronomy. Argent is the leading astronomer in the city, which is basically the same thing as being the leading astronomer on the continent. And they are very present in stuff that the university does, in research projects, in the things the university does. You can see that she at some point was the youngest person to graduate from the university, followed at some point, and you would find this by her daughter. She is exclusively referred to as either Argent Temminck or Dr. Temminck. And she focused her studies on astronomy. She is a leading researcher and university president. She's very present in the goings-on of the university. And yeah, she's there.
All right.
Very cool.
A lead astronomer. Very interesting. Let's see. One of the bullet points I wrote down here was just history.
Yep.
um, oh yeah. Sorry, I just have so much. I want to look into. She's still kind of on this. I want to look into the Shadowfell and Shadar-kai, but also if there's any information on Dark Mantles. Maybe any records of them being like pets.
Sure. I want to say, first of all, I fucked up. Argent was not the youngest person to graduate from Astglow University, but her daughter still was. I fucked up the timeline in my head.
Yes, Tony, mog her. Mog your mom.
But yeah, while not like having the moniker of the youngest person to graduate, she was still a prodigy even as an undergrad. She yeah, she's the pride of the university. Best student they've had in decades. Okay. Yeah, moving past that, looking at anything about the Shadowfell, looking at things about Dark Mantles, specifically their domestication.
And also Shadar-kai.
And also Shadar-kai. Alright, roll me an investigation.
12.
Okay. With a 12, you can find books on Dark Mantles. Specifically, you would have to find a book on, like, Underdark zoology. In terms of things that you can find on the Shadowfell and Shadar-kai, you cannot find pretty much anything on this. The reason for this is A, because they're heavily under-researched, and B, because the books that did exist, Synthis grabbed out of the shelf, put on a table, and you don't know where they are.
Right.
They're not in the section. They're on a table, and Gani can't find them. But she can find things on Dark Mantles. Again, it's in a book about Underdark zoology. So, yeah, she generally finds that there are a lot of things in the Underdark that aren't native to the Underdark, but live there because the Underdark is the closest thing to their previous ecological niche. So, there's lots of aberrations in the Underdark, even though aberrations are presumed to be native to things outside of the planes as we know them, even. Because the Underdark is what is closest to where they were before. Same thing goes for Dark Mantles. Dark Mantles are native to the Shadowfell, but by enough of them coming through to the material plane, were unable to survive on the surface and therefore only thrive in the Underdark. She can find like a footnote talking about studies of trying to measure the intelligence of dark mantles, and like seeing that there is promise in this area. And she can find a general page about the temperament of creatures in the Underdark, and generally finds that domestication of Underdark animals and beasts is a weird territory because creatures in the Underdark live in a very different environment than creatures on the surface, and trying to appeal to the needs of these animals is difficult for people that aren't native to the Underdark. And people that are native to the Underdark generally have better things to do. So yeah, that's what she can find.
Got it. Oh yeah. I also wanted to look into dragon stuff outside of theology. You know, any mentions of dragons in history, or you know, even in newspaper stuff, if anything's happened recently, if you know, yeah.
Yeah, when's the last time somebody saw a dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me an investigation for that.
All right.
I want to give the help action again.
Sure.
Can I receive that? Cool. Okay, well, 13.
Okay. With a 13, Gani knows about Dragon 911 now.
Great.
What?
Finally, someone else.
Are we canonizing that? Tell me we're not.
I don't think that's the canon name.
It's not called Dragon 911.
But we're canonizing this off-screen bit.
Yeah. I've said from the beginning that this is canon, whether or not it comes up or not, it is canon. Yeah. Gani, while looking through newspaper records, would be able to see multiple dragon attacks. The most notable of which was wherein 2 dragons flung their bodies into 2 wizard spires.
Oh my god. Are you serious?
Yeah.
How recently did this happen?
This was a while ago. This was like 8 years ago, maybe. So it's recent enough. And I must emphasize, this has this event in my setting has a smaller impact on the cultural consciousness of society than real life 9/11 did on the cultural consciousness of America.
Wait, genuine question. Dragon 911 happened 8 years ago?
Yeah.
I don't think Scribner would know about Dragon
Wait.
911.
What's good? Oh, wait, no, you're right, because he heard about it in school.
You heard about it in school.
Yeah, no, he heard about it in school, so that's not right. I'm really good with time.
23 years.
20 years ago.
Yeah, 23 years ago. So it's a while ago. It's a while ago. I'm sorry for trying to tell you that Dragon 911 happened 8 years ago.
I only want to know about Dragon 911 if they wheeled out the fantasy projector.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, it actually happened about 20 years ago. This is not important. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This is not important. I'm just saying if Gani is looking up newspaper records for sightings of dragons, this would come up.
Got it.
but it is not related to anything that she's looking for. So yeah, Gani can see that dragons aren't uncommon. They are like they're usually keep to themselves. They don't really mesh well with humanoid society most of the time. So, like, a person going about their life in Astglow or in mostly any other town will not encounter a dragon. There are some towns where they have a good relationship with a neighboring dragon. Most of the time, these are metallic dragons. There are also some things that Gani would find wherein notable like figures in towns and stuff are like there's a scandal that comes out where it turns out that they were secretly a dragon that like shapeshifted into a humanoid form to like do a business startup or something. um So yeah, if she's looking for things about dragons, that's what the vibe is. They're usually out of the way, but sometimes uh, dragons will be cool, and sometimes dragons will be secret. Um, and what else was she look? She's looking for history of dragons. I think that she would be able to like get some like names of dragons that like she'd be able to like get the name of a dragon that like was like tried to conquer a town or something and was slayed by a ragtag group of adventurers, stuff like that. But yeah, that's what she can find, I think. Is there anything you'd want to know that I didn't really cover?
If she doesn't find anything on it, she is gonna like see if she can look for anything specific. Can she find anything on Marduk?
Um, no.
Yeah. Um. All right. I think that's about it on dragons then. Oh, she also yeah. Um. More checking newspapers, see if
Mhm.
there's any uh uh like mention of uh or even history, any mention of groups forming around uh Bahamut, I guess. Yeah, because Gani knows that the constellation is for Bahamut, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, trying to see if there's any like religious groups or anything forming to that for Bahamut, like especially in recent news, if there's any scandals they've gotten into or anything.
Mm-hmm. Uh, okay. Yeah. That is going to be a no. The church, any sort of church or temple, surrounding Bahamut and his worship, um, for all intents and purposes, during your research, it does not exist.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it just fully no. Would Gerby be Gerby? Gerby didn't give the help action. Well, because she didn't roll. Yeah. Okay. So would Gerby like be here helping with this research right now or no?
If Gani asked,
I don't think Gani's
I mean,
asking.
Ganya doesn't ask, and also doesn't like tell you to go away or anything.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't think Gerby gives the help action because she doesn't really know what Gani is looking for. I think she just passively like sees Gani is like researching something about something and kind of knows what it is, but like yeah.
Okay. Yeah. For all intents and purposes, during Gani's research, she does not find a single thing about any humanoid organization surrounding Bahamut.
Interesting. Um, I think that's about it. Um, can I find any? Well, no. No, yeah, that's it.
All right.
I'm done. Library over.
Is everyone done with the library?
I am.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I'd like to take a quick break after lore dumping on all of you for 2 hours.
Yay!
I hope you guys learned something. I hope that felt satisfying for all who successfully got information on what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. See you in a bit, guys.
Sassers, sassy crew.
Sassy. Stupid.
Assassins.
All right.
Keep it sassy.
Keep it sassy. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Now that we're done playing library, I hope we all had fun.
You did.
Yes. Very educational, the library. What else would you guys want to do? Again, this session is just letting you guys explore whatever you want to explore in Astglow, get a feel for the place.
Looks around at y'all.
Does anyone else have something?
I have stuff, but I know you said that you have something that kind of segues. Nice.
Okay. Yeah. You mind if I go, Jordan?
Not at all.
Okay. One, Scrivener would ask, like, do they have like a telescope?
Yeah, they have a telescope. Do you want a recreation? I'm guessing you want like a recreational one and not like an industrial strength telescope that
He would ask if there's like a place to go to like use a telescope, or if it's like a you fucking rent one or whatever.
um well, okay, there is an observatory, but it's mainly used academically. I don't think Scrivener would have the faculties to be able to use it. So, like, they'd have to, like, get some tie some scientists down and be like, hi, can you show me this constellation? So,
no, okay.
yeah, I think
Then
you could
like,
just, like, find one casually.
okay. Cool. Okay, cool. And is there like a place to like, I don't know, like a balcony or something you can just put it there?
Yeah, I think Tony would have a telescope that you could borrow, actually.
Okay. Yeah. He would take that, and then if there's like the building's kind of like abandoned, right? Can he reasonably get on like the roof, or is that not possible?
The roof? Not the roof.
Fine.
Well, actually, you know what? I'm the fucking DM. There's a roof. You can get up on the roof. There's a railing. It's safe.
Sweet. Okay, yeah, he's just gonna plop that telescope there, I guess, since it's all nice and snug and you can watch. Anyway, now I'm gonna go knock on Gerby's door.
Gerby opens up.
Hello, Gerby.
Hey, Scriv.
As you can see, it is a beautiful night.
Yeah, it is.
I found a telescope. Do you want to go use it with me?
Yes, absolutely. Let's go.
Okay, he immediately just runs off in the direction.
Yeah, Gerby runs too.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, so he would take her up to the roof.
Is this that night that you get there, or is this like a day after or something?
Probably, honestly, I think he was thinking about this, so probably that night, honestly.
Yeah, okay. The moon is full in the sky, huge, bright, beautiful. It's awesome.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah, now he might have thought about pushing it off to tomorrow, but he's like, no, look at that big, beautiful moon. Okay. Yeah, he'd bring Gerby up there, show his little telescope, and he would say, I said found. Tony actually gave this to me. I have to give it back, but this is Tony's.
Yeah, nice.
Go ahead and pop your peeper in there.
Heck yeah, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, he'd wait a little bit for Gerby to do that. And then he would say, I brought you up here because I know you like stars. But more specifically, I wanted to show you a constellation that I don't think you know about, the Sanctifex constellation.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that one actually.
Yeah, not a lot of people do, and even in the religion, it's not the most. Well, let me just show you. And he kind of adjusts the. He would know where it is. This is like the one that he would know. He would adjust it and kind of motion for you to look at it. Kind of, yeah. He probably. I don't know how like stars work. He would know in this like one instance. So he basically would outline the specific stars that it is. It's very small.
Wow. Do you know what it's the shape of?
It's debated what it is, since it's so small and Sanctifex is such a silent god. But my specific sect believed that it was his eye. Um, and he points to his necklace. It's his sort of sigil, as it represents how he can see through all lies.
Oh, that's cool.
Thank you. And there are other ways to interpret it, as there are many representations of Sanctifex. For example, he is said to have like a big black halo made of like bone, I think, and then like 1,000 wings, and that one eye that I said. But my sect believed that it was in the shape of an eye, so that is what I believe.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, thanks for showing me this.
No problem. And I thought that you would enjoy it, which is why I invited you.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I know you're not like as big on the stars as I am. But do you want to? I mean, since we're here, do you want to look at some of the others? I can talk about them.
Yeah, I would really enjoy that. Do you know where Yandala's is?
Yeah. So that's and they just yeah.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He has a great time.
Yay! Oh, that's cute.
That's awesome. I'm so glad.
Okay, that's what I wanted to do.
Yay! All right. What did everyone else want to do?
Val, you said you had something?
Yeah. I want to talk to Argent.
All right. I don't think you'd be able to get a hold of her that night. Um,
Yeah, if it needs to wait until tomorrow, that's fine.
yeah, it would be until tomorrow. How would you go about trying to like talk to her? Because she's a very busy woman.
Yeah. I'd probably ask Tony where her like office is, or where where she works, and try to check for her there.
All right. Um, Tony would Tony would tell you that what her what times you can usually find her in her office, but she tells you not to be surprised if she's not there. And uh, offers to help you get a hold of her if you have trouble.
Hmm. All right. Well, I try to go to her office at a time that Tony said that she should be there.
All right. I think you can get there, and Argent is in fact there. Um, you have to like knock on her door, and Argent would open it, and she'd go, "Oh, hello. I was just about to go check on something, but I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name."
Hello, my name is Gani. I was just wondering if you had a moment to talk.
Um, yes, I suppose I do. I have many responsibilities, but of course I am interested in getting to know the people that my daughter has hired. So, of course, please sit down.
Thank you. And then she comes in and sits down.
All right. So, I understand that my daughter hired you from a town called Bushfrith.
It is correct.
Are you native to that town, or?
No, I was passing through when I saw the notice.
Understandable. That's how I understand most adventurer types are.
Yes. Speaking of your daughter's research, how much are you involved with it, and how much do you know about it? What's going on?
I know that she has been researching a disturbing pattern of memory loss across the continent. It's important research that she's doing, and I support her fully.
Got it.
I would like to know if you have any experience with this sort of academia, or if, for lack of a better word, this is just a job for you.
Um, I don't have much involvement with classical academia. Um, I do have a bit of a personal stake in this, as I have mentioned to Antonia. Um, and I'm not sure I will stay much longer once I resolve my problems.
Fascinating. And, I don't suppose you are open to discussing exactly what this personal stake consists of?
Gunny thinks for a moment. Oh my god, my alarm just went off. Sorry. um, Gunny would say, I have my suspicions that the people that are involved in this case of memory loss are involved with a recent attack on my town, my hometown.
That's very unfortunate to hear that your hometown suffered such an attack. I don't suppose you're also afflicted by this memory loss.
No, not that I'm aware of. I seem to remember more than the rest of our party.
Interesting. Do you, seem to remember more than others from your hometown as well? Or do you have some other reason to believe that this attack on your town is related to this memory loss?
The attackers seem to be traveling in the same path. From the evidence I have gathered, they seem to have been traveling in the same path as the memory loss. Um, I was doing my part to track them, and everywhere I went, no one seemed to recall anything relating to this.
Hmm. Well, in any case, I hope that your closeness to this research motivates you to make sure that it is conducted accurately. For inaccurate information will do nothing to further your cause.
I agree. I'm trying my hardest to keep all information accurate, despite some others' attempts otherwise.
And what does that mean?
She kind of like, um, she thinks for a moment again, and it's just like, um, I do not believe, the entirety of my party is, the most interested in, 100% accurate and truthful results. But we're getting along. And she gives a, a ugly ass smile.
Hmm. Well, I hope I don't have to tell you that truthfulness and accuracy are paramount in academic spaces. I don't want my daughter's research to be compromised by the rest of your party.
I completely agree. I am making an effort to, um, maybe have your daughter see reason, relating to certain things. But so far, no big mishaps have happened so far.
And what certain things are escaping my daughter's sense of reason?
I just believe her judge of character might not be up to snuff.
Well, to be completely frank with you, I suppose this may have been my fault, partially. I encouraged her to hire people to work under her to the ends of her research, instead of hiring one group of people for one assignment and then another group of people for another. I encouraged her to settle down, as it were, into a team that she could trust, and I suppose that well-intentioned advice encouraged her to settle down with the very next ragtag party that she put together.
It may seem that way.
To be completely honest with you, if my daughter had seen reason prior to hiring your team, I don't believe your team would be on this research project at all. But you seem competent, at the very least.
I appreciate it. And of course, I appreciate the inclusion on this research team. I am curious, though, as to why not hire more people from the university itself?
When she first put out the call to action for the assignment that you all took, she confided in me that she didn't trust somebody from the city to be able to get to the location in time. Bushfrith was simply much closer to Gemchip than Astglow is, as you would know by the sheer travel time that went into it. Even more so
Yes.
than expected in the case of from Gemchip to Astglow. I understand that there was a detour.
Yes. That is a little related to the poor judge of character I believe Antonia has.
Well, she may be my daughter, but she is, in the eyes of the universities, a colleague of mine. I can only advise her. What she decides to do and who she decides to employ is her business. As long as you and your party don't cause any trouble for the university itself, I feel no need to step in.
Well, you needn't worry about me, I can tell you that.
Wonderful. Is that all?
I actually wanted to ask, I also believe this group, who I believe is related to the memory loss. I believe they are of some relation to the platinum dragon god Bahamut, and I was curious if you knew anything about that. I tried searching in the library, but I couldn't find any records of any groups relating to Bahamut.
Well, excuse me. Well, if you're looking for groups related to Bahamut, you should be looking into draconic research.
Is there anyone that specializes in that here?
I suppose, yes, I could give you a couple names, but I'm just not sure. You believe that dragons are involved in this memory loss? Was it a dragon who attacked your town? That is.
It was not a dragon that attacked my town. But I do believe there might be a dragon involved.
People working for a dragon, then.
Potentially.
Hmm.
Are you, aware of the Shadar Kai man we found?
Yes, I saw him arrive with the rest of you.
Yes, we... Are you aware of the circumstances under which we found him?
I presumed that he was hired in Bushfrith, as with the rest of you. Is this not the case?
No. We found him in a cave. He is more of a test subject, I guess, because he has, experienced some kind of memory loss as well. It seems more extreme than others have experienced. He was surrounded by text talking about this dragon god Bahamut. Not quite sure his relation to anything going on, but I have some suspicions.
Well, that's very strange. I can't imagine the circumstances by which a dragon would imprison a humanoid like that. Most of the time, humanoids don't really present threats to dragons.
Yes. I'm not quite sure of what to make of it either, but I will say I'm a little worried about him remembering what he has lost. I'm worried about his motives, that he doesn't seem to remember now.
I'll take a note of this, and I'm sure my daughter believes she knows what she is doing. I know that she is very enthused by the idea of having somebody to test her new medication on. Of course, the paperwork for this would be a nightmare if it was somebody from Astglow itself, but an outsider with very little documentation, while morally gray, it's very convenient for her. I think that it would be hard to convince her to abandon this line of thinking.
Yes. I'm hoping to maybe secure some kind of protection once administering this medication. I don't know if the university could possibly provide that.
Protection. For yourself?
Yes, just in case anything goes wrong with the restoration of his memory.
Well, Astglow University is highly respected in Astglow. If anything were to go wrong, the Knights are only a call away.
Perfect, thank you.
Of course. If there's anything else the university can do to ease your worries about the environment here, don't hesitate to ask.
Interesting. I will keep that in mind. And if there is any information that you deem could be relevant to our investigation, don't hesitate to let any of us know. I would love to know first, of course.
Of course. I assure you that anything that would be relevant to this research case, Antonia would let you know.
Right.
All right, then. Well, it's been a pleasure meeting you, Miss Ghani. I hope that you work well
Likewise.
with my daughter, and that, despite any hiccups along the road, this research project can continue smoothly.
I hope so as well. Thank you, Argent.
Of course.
And then Ghani will head out.
Yep.
Awesome. I'm so dehydrated. She's experimenting on immigrants. We need to get Delos an ID before it happens.
Well,
Connie is so mean, and I love her. I can't believe she just spent like 20 minutes just throwing everyone under the bus. That's amazing. She's the worst.
Everyone gets to have their Ghani gossip. Ghani has to go find random fucks to gossip about. Gossip too.
NPCs.
Yeah.
She fucking besties with every NPC.
Oh yeah.
It's so funny. She's such an asshole to all of you, and then an NPC shows up and he's like, finally, someone with sense.
So finally, someone reasonable.
I'm definitely part of the friend group.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised she didn't correct her on calling her Argent.
Me too.
Yeah, she let that one slide.
Wow. Me, Val, I'm trying to poke the beast. Ghani wasn't, but I wanted to see what happened.
Ghani gives me the same secondhand embarrassment that Scribner gives me, which is how I know that they're perfect for each other.
Oh yeah. Awful conversation havers.
Alright. Well, I hope you got some interesting things out of that.
Yeah, I liked that.
Alright.
I do also have something else I want to do, but if someone else has something, they can go.
I got nothing. Sorry.
Alright, I guess no one else has anything, so...
Alright.
Yeah, I'm just taking that conversation in.
Yeah. If y'all need time or whatever before you can before you want to do something else, that's totally fine. Or if you just don't have anything. But yeah, Gani, you wanted to do something else?
Yeah, I wanna hit up a phone book. I don't know. I wanna find out where the fuck Mr. Gilded is.
All right.
I wanna look up info on him and how to contact him.
Yeah. Yeah, you can find. Well, there's no phone book because there's no phones. You can find an
Yeah.
address book with addresses in it.
Perfect.
You can find the address for the Astglow branch of Gilded Tourism, the tourist company that is owned by Mr. Gilded. That's what that is. It's called Gilded Tourism. I'm very creative.
No, it's fucking. That's how they do it in real life too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. But yeah, you can find the address for the for the Astglow branch of Gilded Tourism, and Astglow has a public transportation system. You can get there.
Oh fuck yeah! What is it?
What's the public transportation system?
Yeah. How does it work?
There's horse-drawn carriages.
Oh yeah.
It's just like taxis but with horse-drawn carriages. Taxis / little buses. They are on a schedule, a little bit. But yeah, they basically have a small-scale bus system with horse-drawn carriages. So Gani can catch a horse-drawn carriage.
A horse-drawn bus.
A horse-drawn bus to get her where she needs to go.
Fuck yeah.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know if she really knows how addresses work.
Yeah, would Gani want to go with anyone, or is she just hoofing it alone?
If she gets lost in the big city,
Small
next
too.
next time she might, or if she can find her way back, she might ask someone to accompany her or something. But she's gonna try doing it herself.
Okay. I want to make her roll for this.
I was kind of hoping that.
Yeah, can she roll a survival check?
Yeah.
To see if she can navigate the big city?
Yeah, I love that. All right. Okay. Yeah, 19.
Yeah, okay. With a 19, the way I'm imagining it is that, Gani could have, like, I think that an address book would be something at the library, and, like, Miss Silence, by the way, she's a bit of an older woman, I don't know if I mentioned that, But yeah, Miss Silence would be able to, help her out, tell her, oh yeah, so this is the address, and if you want to go there, you can grab a carriage and then tell them that you want to go here, and they'll take you there. And she can do that, and Gani has a great sense of direction. It's better when she's in the Underdark, but baseline, it's pretty good. And Astglow is a big city, so which means that there's a lot, but that also means that it's very organized. We all know in fucking New York, the streets are literally numbered in like a grid. I don't know if Astglow is exactly like that, but they have a, like, at least similar in terms of their organization, their city planning is at least on a comparable scale to that. So, Ghani says...
You thinking... Sorry, I was gonna say, like, thinking about real-life street names is funny, and I'm like, do you think in D&D world the street names are named, like, Necromancy Lane, fucking Enchantment Drive, like...
Elf Road.
I deliver
Elf
to a
Road.
Druid Road all the time.
Holy shit.
Druid Road? Are you fucking
Yeah,
serious?
I deliver to Druid Road.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I ever said this, but when I was delivering papers, I would always pass by a Malik Road.
Whoa.
Whoa.
He lives there.
That's where he
That's where he
lives.
He lives in fucking... Never mind, I'm not gonna say the city. That meant...
Dox yourself.
Dox yourself! Dox yourself!
Tell us your address.
Alright. It's 2...
Give us your social security number. Give us the 3 numbers in the back of your credit card.
Alright, I'm gonna give them to you, but they're gonna be rearranged.
No.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, okay.
Use this template to find your SAS address.
Ghani needs your credit card information now.
Stupid.
If she's gonna pay her way back to the palace.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Do I have to pay fare?
Fare? Oh, no, it's free transportation.
Oh, hell yeah. Free public transportation?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit.
It's just that easy. Take notes, America. But yeah, there's free public transportation, and between Ghani just having a very good sense of direction and Astglow being large but organized, and Silence giving her helpful tips on how addresses work, Ghani can navigate the big city on her own. Look at her go.
Wow, little Ghani in the big city.
I wish on some level that she got stomped to death and put in her place after being stampeded, but this is...
It's what she deserves, but...
It's what she deserves, but people don't always get what they deserve. It'll happen eventually. But for right now, for her purposes, she can get to the company building.
Wonderful. I go in.
Alright.
Or I attempt to go in. I assume they're open.
Yeah, they are open. This is an office building. People don't come in and out of office buildings very much. So Ghani gets there and it's just silent mostly, except for a receptionist at the front desk who has she's a human woman, and she's got pretty pale skin, and she's got brown hair, and she's just chewing gum or whatever. And she goes, "Hello, welcome to Gilded Tourism. How can I help you?"
Did you just say LOL? Is that what that was?
No, she said hello.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I just need to know the vibes here.
Yeah, it's not... LOL, welcome to Gilded Tourism. No. She said hello.
Okay, yeah. It is... Sorry, just for the visual, is she at a desk that's normal human-sized?
Yeah.
Perfect. I think Ghani, depending on, I guess, how it's set up, can she just, walk around to where she can, face this receptionist? Walk around the desk?
Yeah, I think so, but I think that this woman would be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, could you please come around to the front of the desk? Thank you."
Okay.
You can just stand back a little bit, then I can see your face better. Yeah, that works. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Gani backs up until she can see her face. And just says, hello. I was just looking to speak with Mr. Gilded.
Oh, are you from the newspaper?
No, I'm with Astglow University.
Oh, Astglow. Oh, yeah, I heard that you guys were looking. Yeah. Okay, just 1 second. Let me, get in contact with the man upstairs and I'll let you know if he can see you right now, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, of course. Now go sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Alright, I climb up onto a chair and sit on it.
Awesome. Sometimes, and yeah, actually, Gani, roll a perception check.
Perception check.
Yeah.
21.
With a 21, when you walked in, she, like, smiled looking at you, in the specific way that, like, oh, she's so small, it's funny.
Oh my god.
And, like, she sees you, like, climbing into the chair and she smiles in that same way.
Fucking Jesus, racist.
Maybe that should have been an insight check, but yeah, it's but yeah,
My insight and perception are the same anyway, so.
yeah, I think she writes on like a piece of paper for a minute, and like yeah, she gets out a pen and writes on a piece of paper, and then just kind of like taps her nails against the table, just like still chewing her gum, like waiting for a minute. Um, and then she starts writing again. And this goes on for like 5 minutes. I'm just sitting now. I'm just Gani sitting in that stupid chair, while she's writing, and then eventually she goes, I'm sorry, and you said you were from Astglow University?
That's correct.
Are you asking about the dragon thing?
I'm looking into a case of memory loss.
She, like, stares blankly at you. Does that have something to do with the dragon thing?
Potentially.
She goes back to writing.
Oh my god.
And then after a few more moments, she yeah?
Sorry, I was just I'm thinking she's fucking texting him right now through the paper.
Yeah. And after a few more minutes after this, she goes, okay, you're good to go up. He's up on the 5th floor. Do you need help getting up the stairs?
Oh right, sorry, I did imagine this building as just a modern building with an elevator.
It's almost a modern
imagining-
building, but there is no elevator.
Yeah, I was imagining she'd have to fucking jump up and press the button.
Yeah, we're
And then
working
she
on
goes-
getting more accessibility in the building, but it's not really a priority right now. We just got this location recently.
She says, "I'll be fine, thank you."
Of course, now have a good day. So yeah, would that be in athletics to walk 5 flights of stairs?
5 flights of tall ass stairs.
She should have brought someone. God damn.
Yeah.
Maybe like a constitution check, since it's like, I don't know, endurance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just see
You
if
can
her
do what
heart
you
acts
want.
up. See if her
Oh my
pacemaker
God.
stops working.
She should have brought someone. How much does she weigh? I could have had Unseen Servant carry her up.
Oh my god.
How much can Unseen Servant carry?
I think 30 pounds, and it can drag 60 pounds, so... Listen, you're not
Drag
on
her up
Delos'...
the
You're not on
stairs!
Delos'
She
good
is not gonna
side.
get dragged.
You're kind of on his bad side, so he'd be like, oh well.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Man, I don't know how much she would weigh actually. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Do we?
Well, I'll figure it out later.
I think she'd be like 50 pounds. 'Cause she's so small. She's literally fucking itty bitty. But yeah, I don't know. Do we think it'd be a con save or an athletics check?
Probably more of, well, oh, I don't know. Let me see if anyone is talking about this on Reddit.
I think it should be an athletics check. I think that's what it should be.
Should be less than 50 pounds, by the way.
Really?
The average...
Oh,
the,
really?
the average toddler weighs about 35 pounds.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I remember when I was 5, I weighed 40 pounds. I was really small, though.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see next time Delos tries to unseen servant Gani's ass. But yeah, I think that she should roll an athletics check.
Right. Yeah, that's usually how it works with climbing things anyway. Okay, athletics check. Let's go. That is an 8.
With an 8, it takes you a while, like 20 minutes to get up these stairs.
Oh my god.
And you can either like just come in through the doors, or you can take a minute to catch your breath.
I'm gonna take a minute.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so by the time you actually like open the door to talk to Mr. Gilden, it's been like 25 minutes. It's been almost half an hour since she said that you could go up, and you just like took so long to climb up all those fucking stairs.
Oh my god. Yep.
All right. You can knock on the door.
All right. I knock on Mr. Gilded's door.
Come in.
All right.
Oh no,
I-
he's gay!
I come in.
You come in, and at this desk, and it is you I want you to think of every moment you've ever seen the CEO of a company in a movie, where they're like in the highest floor on the building, and they've got the big table, and they've got the big windows behind them.
Yeah.
It's that. With a like fucking historical fantasy twist on it, I guess. But it's basically that. And sitting at the table is a man with stark black skin, like charcoal almost. And he's got bright pink eyes with no pupils or iris, just pink the entire way. He's
Whoa.
got curly golden hair, and he's wearing a bright pink velvet suit.
Whoa.
And he's
What race is this?
This is what he
Dragon-
looks like. This is what he looks
Dragon
like.
says what?
This is what he looks like.
His face is humanoid.
His face is humanoid.
Okay.
But he's smiling at you with a huge mouthful of gold teeth.
Of course. Can I tell what race he is?
No.
Can I do a quick flash of what the fuck's it called?
Primeval awareness.
Primeval awareness, yes.
I think let me consult my documents.
Oh.
You're gonna have Connie's brain fucking blow up because she wasn't meant to know of that. He's definitely a dragon.
This fucking
Okay.
guy.
Yeah, you can, you're up on the 5th floor. There's, like, nobody in this building. There's, like, almost nobody in this building. But, right in front of you, is a fae.
A fae. A fae.
And he says, well, hello, little lady. What can I do for you?
Yanni, like, kind of obviously, like, just looks him up and down, like, kind of judgmentally, and just says, hello, I'm with the university, and we're investigating a recent case of memory loss across the continent, and I was looking to maybe ask you a couple questions about it.
Oh, of course. I know for a fact that the university has been looking into what I reported in Gem Chip, and I am just so glad to hear that something is being done about that awful dragon.
The dragon.
Well, yes, of course, I came here and I, reported that an awful dragon had attacked Gem Chip, and now I know that, oh, well, the nights went over and there was no memory of it, but of course there was the obvious evidence that it had been attacked, and now the university is looking into the cause of the memory loss, and oh, it's all just so dreadful, but I'm so glad that we have capable people like you looking into it.
Gani gets out her notebook and gets on the floor and starts writing notes.
Mr. Gilman would literally look at you and be like, what are you doing? Why are you on the floor? You can sit down.
Wait, what did he say? You don't sit down?
You can sit down. He's got a table.
Oh.
He's got a chair in front of his desk, and you can sit down right there.
Can I fucking reach?
He like remembers how small you are, and he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, let me get like 5 pillows, and I'll just stack them all on here, and then you can reach the desk."
I'm fine here, thank you.
Oh, well, oh, I'm sorry. I just, I don't want you to feel demeaned or anything.
Mm.
You know,
I'm
sitting
sure
on the
starts
floor
writing
like
notes.
that. Yeah, it's just, I would feel demeaned if I sat on the floor, talking to somebody who was sitting at a desk.
She continues writing notes. But eventually she looks up and says, sorry, did you say you arrived in Gem Chip after the attack?
Oh, no. Oh, no. I see there's been some confusion. I usually live in Genship.
And you were there when it was attacked?
Oh, yes, and I took my family and I fled immediately. I couldn't bear the thought of any of their heads getting hurt.
So you left immediately?
Well, yes. I left Astglow immediately, where I knew that I had this building here that I could stay in. And once I reported news of the dragon attack, that's when all that awful memory loss came about.
Interesting. What do you remember about the attack?
What do I remember? Oh, well, it was an awful, awful red dragon just burning everything in sight. I've never seen anything like it.
Anything else?
No, I don't believe so. Well, to be completely frank with you, during a dragon attack, what else do you notice other than the dragon?
That's fair. I don't suppose you noticed any suspicious individuals passing through town, particularly chasing after the dragon?
No, not at all.
Right.
I'm sorry, wouldn't the knights have given you this information already?
Sorry, what is he asking?
If the knights would have given you this information already.
That of the dragon attack?
Yeah, of, his report of this.
Hmm. Man, fuck. I don't remember what they said exactly. My memory loss.
That's okay, that's alright. I can tell you right now, the most you would have heard from about this from the Knights would be from Ermengarde. All she really said was that they got reports of a dragon attack, and when they came, there was a lot of memory loss, and they couldn't get any new information. And the information she would have given you about Gilded's account specifically would be very limited as well.
So she didn't mention the dragon specifically, though, right?
If Ermengarde would have mentioned, like, given you a description of the dragon.
Or just mentioned the dragon at all?
I think she did.
Okay.
At the very least, she would have.
Yeah. Okay. Gani will say, yes, we received your report, but it was quite limited, so I was hoping to retrieve more information.
Alright. Do what you must. I just, it really is exhausting having to recount the trauma so many times.
I understand. I will let my colleagues know that you've given your side of the story and don't need to be bothered after this.
Wonderful. I'd appreciate that ever so much.
Of course. I am curious. Did you see the dragon leaving after the attack?
Did we see the dragon leaving?
Yes.
Well, yes. I mean, of course, something as large as a dragon doesn't really have a place to stay in for very long. I suppose it was kind of a come and go situation where he trampled the town and then ran off.
And you saw what direction it was going in, right?
Well, yes, I saw that it had been moving vaguely towards the direction of Astglow, but, you know, I believed that I didn't have any other place to go, and thankfully, along the way, I saw the dragon's damage moving farther and farther away from the path, which, honestly, I couldn't be more relieved for.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the fucking Scooby-Doo fucking businessman. Oh my god. I'm gonna unmask the villain, and it's gonna be Mr. Gilded. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay. Gani is gonna say, I just find it odd that you would take your family in the same direction as the dragon, and you just happened to get lucky that it went in a different direction than the place you were heading?
Well, you have to understand, dragons move exceptionally fast. There's no way that my poor little family would be able to meet this dragon at any point unless it were to make a spontaneous U-turn, in which case, I can't even imagine.
Well, even as we were traveling along the roads, we saw the damage of the dragon, and I don't know, I feel like it would be a little unnerving to travel a path of fire, would it not?
Unnerving it was indeed, but, oh, well, of course, the path from Gemchip to Astglow is the path that I know the best, and you have to understand, taking my family to rough it out in the forest after something so traumatic, I can't even imagine. I keep saying that, I just really can't.
Well, I'm sorry for bringing up your trauma. My god. Can I do an insight check on him?
Sure. What are you trying to see?
I believe he, his motives for leaving, you said he's wearing like a pink suit, right?
Yeah, he's wearing a velvet pink suit.
Got it. Yeah, I believe his motives, his actual motives do not match what he's saying. So I want to try to see if I can get a read on that.
All right.
For going to Astglow.
Okay.
Okay. 19.
With a 19, with a 19, you can tell that he's telling the truth here. I don't really know what else to say. He is telling the truth here. He did think that he's been to Astglow before. He's trying to expand his business there. So the path between Gemchip and Astglow would be very well traveled. It was you get the feeling that maybe he just has a lot of trust in Astglow's defenses. Obviously Astglow's the only place where you've seen trained knights from. Everything else is just kind of like a ragtag police force. So the things that he's telling you are the truth. With a 19, you'd be able to get that.
Okay.
I'm sorry if this is coming off as a wild goose chase.
No, you're fine. I'm having fun. I'm just so thoughtful.
You're very thoughtful.
Guy's gonna say, could I ask for a little information on your family, perhaps?
Oh, well, what do you want to know?
I just want to get a clearer image of who you were traveling with.
Well, at the time I was traveling with my 2 younger siblings and my mother and father.
Is it possible that I could speak to any of them?
Well, I suppose you could, but I don't know if they would have any new information to tell you.
Well, you never know. A second opinion can always help. Or a second point of view.
Well, alright, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. And he'd say, "Excuse me for just a moment. Would you mind staying here while I go fetch my mother?"
Not at all.
Wonderful. And he would leave for a minute. And then a couple minutes later, walking into the office, is Mr. Gilded and Mr. Gilded again. There's two now.
They look exactly the same.
They look exactly the same.
What the fuck? They're wearing the same clothes?
Yeah.
Alright.
And one of them would come up to you and say, "Well, hello, I'm Mr. Gilded. It's very nice to meet you. I hear your name is Gani."
That is correct.
Well, of course, my son here just told me that you were asking about that awful dragon.
Yes. You're his mother?
Yes.
Gunny's just looking back and forth between them, see if there's like any differences she can make out.
Roll an insight check.
Okay. Ugh. 13.
With a 13, you can perceive that they're like kind of like smiling at each other and laughing about this a little bit. And you think this has to be some kind of trick.
Oh my god. Gani says, What's going on here?
Oh, well, it's honestly pretty simple. I'm Mr. Gilded, and this is my son, Mr. Gilded.
Why are you the same?
Well, we're the Gildeds.
That doesn't mean anything.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for messing with you like this. Well, you see, it's a little bit of an open secret that my family is a family of changelings, and, well, we're just very committed to our brand identity.
Right.
You know, having one face for the entire family really does help out marketing.
Right.
But enough about that. Did you have another question?
You have another name you go by?
No, just Mr. Gilded.
And your husband?
Mr. Gilded.
And your other children?
Oh, well, they're a bit young to get into the family business, but I assure you, once they get old enough, they'll be Mr. Gilded as well.
Right. Um.
I can see you're speechless.
Yes, will be honest, I did not expect this.
No one does.
Well, I guess I assume your account of the dragon attack would probably be the same as your son's.
Oh yes, we were all together at the time. I don't believe that any one of us have any information that the others don't.
Um, just want to check you didn't notice any suspicious individuals moving through town at the time or nearby the time.
I'm very, very sorry, miss, but I assure you, we didn't see anyone suspicious going through the town, especially in all of the panic.
Right. And was this your son's idea to leave, and go to Astglow?
I'll be honest, it was actually my husband's, but I thought it was a good idea as well, and, well, my poor son, and she pets Mr. Gilded's hair. He's never seen anything like that before.
Right.
And the other Mr. Gilded goes, "Please, mother, you're embarrassing me."
um, Gani says, you, none of your family was worried about being dragged in the same general direction as the dragon?
Well, what do you mean by dragged?
Just, you weren't worried about your husband's plan going awry?
No, I don't believe so. I have to trust every member of my family, absolutely.
Right. Okay. Well, I do have one more question. Um, do, I guess, either of you happen to know, anything about the Shadar Kai that was found in one of the mines in Gemchip?
What?
I was curious if you'd heard of it.
What's a Shadar Kai?
Okay. Were you aware of the man that was in the mine? I had heard that you were cleaning out one of the mines for tourism reasons.
Well, yes, that's what we do here. But, I'm sorry. There was a man found in the mines?
Yes, I'd assumed you might have heard of it by now.
Well, not at all. Oh, that's dreadful.
Can I see if he's faking not knowing about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Woo! 24.
With a 24, they're fucking flabbergasted. And a little bit like frustrated, like irritated almost to hear this.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. So she says, "Sorry to be the one to bring this to your attention. I really did assume that you would have heard by now. Um,
I would have assumed so as well. What the hell?
yes." Gani is now looking back and forth at them again.
They're just like looking at each other, like making various facial expressions, and they look back at you, and one of them says, I'm sorry. So there was a man in the mine, and my men discovered a man in the mines, and they didn't tell me about this? But they told you.
Well, I don't believe I'm the one that should be telling you this. Maybe they're just trying to gather all the paperwork together.
What kind of paperwork do you need to let me know that there's a man in my mines?
Well, I'm not aware.
Well, I at the very least agree with you. You should not be the one telling me this. Oh, goodness. Oh.
I'm very sorry, but I guess, if there's nothing you can tell me about him, then I'll be taking my leave.
Well, what can you tell me about him?
Like I said, I don't think I should be the one telling you. I'm sure someone's on their way right now.
Well, I sure hope so. Goodness gracious. Dreadful, absolutely dreadful. I can't imagine. I can't even imagine. And then the other Mr. Gilda that's having less of a freak out goes, oh, goodness, if that is all, I really do believe that you should be off. Thank you for coming around and, oh goodness gracious.
Right, I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry, do you go by anything other than Mr. Gilded? Do you have a first name?
No. You may call me
Right.
Mister if the need arises.
Right. Well, I'll be going, Mr. Gilded.
The other one goes, we're not even going to have the name if this gets out to the press.
Gani's booking it.
Yeah, Gani can book it, and give me a. Can you roll Dex to see if she yeah, roll me a Dex save to see if she trips down the stairs.
A Dex save.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Gani.
14.
With a 14, she can successfully not trip down the stairs.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, I'm going home.
Alright. She doesn't have to roll to see if she can get home.
Yeah, thanks. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just think I'm so funny sometimes.
You are, but what the fuck?
Yuck.
I'm so sorry.
Yuck. I wish Gani was friends with any of us so she could, like, vent about this experience. I need her to light up a SIG and be like, you know what they did. There was twos of them.
She does go home and get cross-faded.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god. Sorry. Sorry, can you get cross-faded off of tobacco?
I don't know, but she's doing both, is the point.
I'm sorry. I just had to go through general because that was the funniest fucking thing in my mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm abusing myself too much. This is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry.
Apology accepted.
Mr. Guild is my favorite, new favorite character. This is
Which
wonderful.
one?
This wasn't Lord Cringe, was it?
This was not Lord Cringe.
Okay.
What is Lord Cringe?
Don't worry about Lord Cringe.
Okay.
I'm
We can go further down. This isn't rock bottom. There's more.
Oh
At
god.
first, I was like, this is a cool character design. I might want to draw this guy. And then, now I'm so icked out. I'm so
You have to draw this character like 5 times.
No, the
You
children
can-
aren't Mr. Gilded yet.
wait. Andy, can you draw Mr. Gilded in the Alistair pose and then put 5 of them in a row?
Oh, God. Yeah, sure. I'll use the Alistair base.
Awesome.
Literally just like coming up with different jokes in the general chat for like what could possibly be happening, and it's like, what if it's just like a changeling and his whole family's like it's all just the same guy, and then that's what happened.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's so funny. Jordan, I see your vision. This is the funniest thing ever.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's him, Mr. Gilded.
I'm sorry to
Yeah.
those of you who thought that he would be like plot relevant and like an antagonist or whatever. He's just a weird guy. He's just
He's
a
really
really
weird.
weird guy. He's just a weird guy that I thought would be funny.
I've noticed all the like little tiny things where that we're like, oh, we gotta really dig into this. We gotta really dig into this to uncover the obvious mystery here.
Oh god.
And it's Tony's mixed and this guy's a freak.
Oh god, I'm so sorry. Oh,
I gotta investigate everything, no matter how fucking much of a bit it is. In
Yeah, no,
actuality.
you have to have the red herrings. You have to have the
Yeah.
red herrings.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
part of the mystery.
Oh my god.
God.
I really don't mean to trick you guys. I just like to put funny things in and see if you notice, which
No, I don't feel tricked.
I don't feel
It's just
tricked.
insane.
No, I think it's literally perfect to have like Gani be this character who is like constantly pursuing the mystery, and it's like the consequences for her actions, for her like going off alone and being like, I'm gonna solve the mystery all by myself, is that sometimes she just pulls at every single red herring because no one is there to give a second opinion, and then she has to deal with it all alone.
oh my god.
It's perfect. It's wonderful. It's what she deserves.
That's
Oh
her
my
personal
God.
hell. It's perfect.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Yeah, sorry. I think at some point I even told Val like there's some crazy Mr. Gilded lore that I have no idea if you guys are gonna stumble upon it or not, and that might have I maybe shouldn't have said that because that maybe contributed to her being like, oh man, I gotta see what's going on. I gotta see. I'm sorry. It was just that he's weird and his whole family's weird and they're all the same guy.
No, yeah, it wasn't like I was gonna want to talk to him anyway with fucking freakazoid appearing in his cave, in his hole. So yeah, don't feel like you tricked me or anything.
God. Okay. All right. Okay.
Actually, I was gonna say headcanon. I'm just gonna say this happens. Gani has been drinking from her flask for a while now. I think she needs to get a refill. She's going to the bar.
Oh, she's going to the bar?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Alright. Do we wanna... Does she get up to anything? What does she do at the bar?
She she drinks there, but she'll also like take a bottle with her, or she'll buy a bottle,
Wow. Alright. Yeah.
but she's not gonna try to hit anybody up or anything. She's just there to drink.
Okay. Got it. Alright. Well, I had fun.
I'm glad. I also had fun. It's just also what the fuck.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's good.
Okay, okay. Moving on. What else do you want to do? Anyone? I
I'm
know.
still processing that.
Yeah, I know Mr. Gilded is a tough act to follow. If we want to take a break, even we can.
That's all I got.
Yeah, I didn't really have anything specific I wanted to do.
Yeah, I didn't plan anything.
No one planned.
Yeah, no one planned.
No
one
one
planned.
planned. That's okay. Maybe. Yeah, that's totally fine. I do have something before we close out the episode. Eventually, maybe after a couple days have passed, not too long, just enough to get you settled in. Tony would say that all the paperwork has been settled, and Synthis is able to take his first dose of the medication that she has prepared for him.
Oh shit.
Shit. Jinx.
And Delos, I understand, wanted to be there.
Yeah.
All right. Does anybody else want to be involved in this?
Yes.
Yeah, Derby wants to be there.
Okay.
I have my crossbow ready.
Jesus Christ. All right.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna let you, point it.
No, she's not pointing it at him. She just has it ready.
It's loaded.
It's fucking
It's
crazy.
loaded.
Sorry, I'm just imagining Synthis talking to Tony and being like, yeah, the rest of the the party wants to be there with me as I take the medication, and she's like, oh, as moral support, and he's like, kinda.
Most of them, I think. Yeah, most of them.
Kind of, but Gunny does have her crossbow loaded and ready, so we'll see how that goes. But no, yeah. Tony would tell you guys that it's not going to be as flashy as maybe some of you might be anticipating. The medication, it's obviously hard to test this medication on people because, first of all, they have to have memory loss, and second of all, have to want to be treated for this memory loss. And most of the cases of memory loss that she has been able to document are cases where, most people are pretty, content to just, keep doing their thing. And they also tend to be outside of Astglow. Whole towns at a time will be affected outside of Astglow. And so it's hard to get these people to, pick up and move, or to, send out, or for, Tony herself to pick up and move to that town, because she also wants to be at Astglow so she can, readily get more reports of memory loss. Basically, there's a lot of factors going into why this has been very hard to test. But based off of everything that's been done in the lab, the lab, also known as like the alchemical fucking like potion making lab, is what it is. uh, Everything that's been done in the lab, it's implies that this will not like the effects of it won't be explosive. They won't be immediate. It could even have ultimately harmless but unpleasant side effects. Hopefully, ultimately harmless. She's not sure.
Goodbye, Synthis.
Goodbye, Synthis. She has a waiver that he needs to sign. He signs everything. She lists off the potential side effects that are expected. These include headache, drowsiness, concentration problems, dry mouth, dizziness, fatigue, gastrointestinal distress, absence of hunger, light sensitivity, depression, sweating, hyperexcitability, irritability, and anxiety.
It's gonna make him so much more dry. He won't be able to absorb anything in that state.
Did you get that list from an existing medicine?
An existing something.
All right.
These are the symptoms that Wikipedia lists for a hangover.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Nice.
Awesome.
But yeah, so Tony tells him this. She advises him to rest after this, not to overextend himself too soon after taking the medication, and expresses that she is going to want to monitor him, make sure his vitals are normal for what his vitals look like, which aren't really normal. Being an undead and all. But yeah. So yeah, after all that, Synthesis, by the way, is taking this information and is just like, okay, this might as well happen. But yeah, the medication that Tony gives him is very dark in color. It's just like this small little drink. Maybe like the like the NyQuil caps? Like two of those? Like two of those.
A double shot.
A double shot of a NyQuil cap worth of like very dark medication. It's like a dark brown. It's gross. It's not good. But Synthis takes this and is fine. But Tony recommends that he stay seated, let a few minutes pass and see if anything changes. And after a few minutes of like weird silence, Synthis holds his head a little bit, and he expresses that he's getting a bit of pain from the lights in the room. And she goes, all right. And she gives him some water to drink. He takes it. As moments pass, it seems to be getting worse. And eventually, Tony asks for somebody to help Synthis back to his room.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
All right.
Scrivener come.
Yeah. Synthis is doing okay. He's experiencing pretty bad headaches and is very lethargic. He really just wants to lie down. So you guys can take him to his room and he's all right. Tony is going to stay with him for the night and make sure that he's okay. She says that if anything happens, she'll be here to know. She even brings Stila, and she says that Stila can, keep track of his vitals for her. She kind of she took record of what his resting vitals are and programmed Stila to be able to detect if something is off, like to a harmful degree.
Service dog.
Service dog, basically. So Stila is going to be active all night. So if anything goes wrong with Synthis, Stila would know. She'd wake Tony up. There's a system in place. And Tony would also say that, again, it's not explosive, it's not immediate. If anything happens, it might take a while. We just have to feel it out. But yeah. Synthis is ultimately all right. He can rest in his room. Stila can watch him. And we'll see where that goes.
All right.
All right. Ooh, rubs my hands together. Anticipation.
Anticipation.
I can't wait for the medicine to turn him into a big monster.
No,
And
that
he
won't
has to go.
happen.
It'll just make him remember how much of a big monster he is.
No.
Deep.
Wow.
No.
What's up?
He won't be a monster.
Oh, I thought you said oh. I put alarm in front of Synthesis room, that my party and Tony won't set off.
But Synthis will.
Yeah,
All right.
and snare in front of my door.
Great.
Well, if anyone wants to knock on Ghani's door from here until the end of the episode, I guess we have that to worry about.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to do anything?
No, sir.
Sorry, I did actually have a clarifying question.
Sure.
When I was talking to Argent and she mentioned that talk about groups that worship Bahamut, I'd be looking more into, like, I don't remember what she said exactly, looking into just dragon stuff.
Yeah, Draconic Studies.
Yeah, did she have a suggestion for that? I don't remember.
She said that she could give you a name or two of somebody in that department.
Alright. Got it. And I'm assuming you probably don't have that ready right now.
Nope, but if you do want that, I can have that ready by next session.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I want it so bad.
What?
I want it so bad.
All right, yeah, can totally do that. Anything else? All right.
Nope.
If that's everything,
What do I dream about?
you don't dream.
Oh.
Ah,
We all get the nothing dream.
you all get the nothing dream where nothing happens, and
Oh, thank God.
it's just like
Can I
waiting
roll
for Godot.
Can I roll a decimal die, and if I roll a 37, I get a dream?
Sure.
That's so random.
I got a 32.
Are you fucking for real?
Wow.
Oh my god! That's so
close.
funny. Oh my god.
I'll get you next time.
If you genuinely rolled a 37, I would have given you a dream, but too fucking bad. Too fucking
Too
bad.
bad.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright. If there's nothing else, that is gonna be it for this session, and you guys can do more next session, either in Astglow or I could maybe get something else ready. I don't know. We'll see.
What?
Get something what?
Get something else ready. I don't know.
We're going to
Okay.
something else, but I don't know.
Hey, do y'all have
Bumper
any of that? Me.
I'm ready for Tony to send us on fucking quests or whatever we're gonna be doing here.
Yeah, I want to do quests.
We'll see. We'll see. Maybe
Send us out.
Synthis will remember something, and you guys have to investigate it immediately.
Oh no.
He's gonna remember something and then try to kill us all.
Maybe Synthis will remember something, and then you'll have to kill him before he kills you.
No.
But yeah, that's all I have. I hope you guys had fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! It's a bit of a shorter episode. I just wanted to get some stuff out of the way. But yeah. Thank you all for playing. Thank you, everyone at home. Totally not just us in the future, for watching and listening. And see you all next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.